Can we have a big round of applause, please? As panelists, I would like to invite on the dais Mr. D.K. Saraugi, ex-CEO Vulcan Steel. Sir, would like to invite you on the dais. I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Sarathi Atreya Purabu, CEO AVVA Consultancy Group. Sir, inviting you on the dais. Would like to invite on the dais Mr. Raghav Kabra, Chief Operating and Innovation Officer, Raghav Productivity Enhancers Limited. Sir, welcome on the dais, please. Can we have some applause, please? Would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Geharwal, CGM Mines Sale Villi Steel Plant. Welcome, sir, on the dais. And would also like to invite Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorable Secretary General, AIIFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. I would like to request our honorable moderator, Mr. D.P. Deshpande sir, to start the session.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So it's a little late start, but nonetheless, we'll actually make up for whatever the lost time. Yeah, so the agenda for today, the panel discussion, is to look at the policy framework and maybe a roadmap for realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat or Viksit Bharat or 500 million tons of steel and associated developments by 2047. So that's the proper agenda. So we have heard quite a lot of things yesterday, actually speaking. Many people have spoken as to how there are difficulties, what needs to happen, from where the resources are going to come, etc., etc. We saw in the morning session today. Maybe it's time to slightly get deeper into the subject and look at the policy framework. So policy framework, as far as the realization of steel 2047 is concerned, will revolve primarily around how are we going to organize the raw materials for the steel making. Are they available? What are the impediments? How is it developing? Is it developing at the same speed? Or there is a mismatch in the vision as well as the speed of the developments of raw material sourcing in India, etc. That's one section. The other section is the supporting infrastructure. That means lately, I don't know whether many of you have felt it or not, but in the last 10, 15 years, there is a acute, you can say, difficulty in organizing large contractors for erecting steel plants. And therefore, from where are the resources going to come and things of that sort was some of the problems that many steel plants came up with. So we'll just kind of look at all these things. So I would initiate the discussion, if you permit all of you. Then we'll look at the coking coal or the coals which is required for the realizing the vision of 2047. So why we single out coking coal? Because coking coal is the one which actually enables to make coke formed, and the coke is the one which becomes the input to the steel making. And assuming that this is a route which is a favored route and accepted route for steel making. There are deliberations which are going on about reducing carbon dioxide emission in view of our response to climate change requirement, etc. So we'll keep that a little aside. Supposing that comes into play in a very serious way, then the requirements on the coking coal will anyway go down. The difficulties of the coking coal poses in front of us will anyway go down. So it's okay if you do it in that particular manner. So the coking coal issues which I would like to draw your attention is that India is not very well positioned on the subject of coking coals, and we have some coking coal mines here. They are generally high ash. Because of high ash or otherwise also they are not best quality. They can at best work as a fillers. So entire structure of 2047 cannot rest on the shoulders of the coking coal availability in India. So we cannot be looking at that as a possible solution. So the only way out left is to import coking coal, and the major known sources, or let's say familiar sources of coking coal, are Australian coking coal mines. And there are some inroads being made from Canada, inroads being made from US coals. There are some Colombian coals which are coming, the Mozambique coal which is coming, and maybe there are some more coals which will get searched out and will also fill up the gaps. Now, all these coals need to predominantly come into eastern shore of Calcutta, because there is an ArcelorMittal plant on the western shore, but primarily all requirements get served from the eastern shore. So the volume of coking coal which is required to be imported, and the handling capacities, handling facilities in these port places, these are logistics issues, and the general requirement of funding of these imports. That's for the government to consider. So these are the main difficulties which appear to be coming in the way of this coking coal. And of course, thereafter, how to use coking coal, who will invest on those kind of things. So in the domain of policy framework for the government of India, or for the matter strategy framework for individual companies, if we can look at that also, then it appears that one, the imports are to a certain extent unavoidable, and they will have to be permitted, and therefore necessary resources, necessary infrastructure, necessary port facilities will have to be created, and only then can we actually fulfill the need. Slightly moving out of this particular process, the next best substitute is the avoidance of coking coals. And if we try and avoid coking coal, can we make steel? Yes, we can make steel by not without using coking coal. That's a DRI route, which is you have vertical furnaces and make sponge iron through DRI route, and then use it in the electric arc furnaces and make steel. It completely removes the need for the coking coals. Now, this aspect is currently, you can say, a dilemma. Which way the country will go, which way the cost is heavy, which way the choices will get made by individual companies, etc. So this is the way domain which comes in the way. So I would like any one of the panelists, if you have any views on this particular subject, you can also add.
Good morning to all of you. I'll just come down there and tell you. I think we are talking about policy and roadmaps. We're not talking about the subject of materials as such. I'll just give you a brief. I have always been a policy writer for this country. I'm one of the authors of the National Steel Policy too. Primarily, we are talking right now in this session is about policy and roadmap for 2047. We're not talking about the product. I've been hearing a lot of people talking about the product since yesterday. So the vision of 2047 is Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vikasit Bharat, and so many other things. We're talking about 500 million tons as our Vikasit Bharat. For this, steel making is one part of it. Steel making growth is pretty substantial and going well. The supply chain part of it, what is the subject for this conference, is also to catch up with this Vikasit Bharat. Are we catching up? Yes, we are catching up. Refractory management has gone up. Ferroalloy production is going up. The better refractories are going up. The the technologies in all of these subjects are going up, and coal is also going up. Just now I was hearing my friends from JSW and SAIL. How do we do this? What is the best policies to do this? See, Dr. Aruna Sharma, when she was the Secretary Steel, when we wrote the National Steel Policy, Birender Chaudhary sir, it was very clear. The life cycle assessment and the feasibility of industry and sustainability is very critical. So just now what I learned was about recycling of materials. So I was just now talking about what is about the effluents from coal washeries. So I've learned just now that I should no more call it effluents. They're called to be byproducts. I fully understand JSW SAIL because they're my fathers and mothers of steel industry in this country. I will henceforth call all effluents in coal recycling as byproducts, because most of the effluents, which is about 20 to 30% of the ash contents and all, are going back into certain utilizations. Like what we do in steel industry, slag is getting utilized, whether it is steel slag or whether it is iron slag. So everything is getting utilized. So this is one part of sustainability. The second part of sustainability, let us, for example, yesterday we were talking, somebody was talking about refractories. There is a recyclability available even there. The old magnesia bricks, which is used in steel making, and silica and alumina bricks, which is used in iron making, which are two separate segments largely. This can also be recycled. We are not recycling at this point of time silica and alumina bricks because there is substantial period of time for them. Because each of these furnaces are fixed up for quite a number of years. Magnesia bricks again go on heat numbers, the number of heats we are able to deliver through a tundish or whether through certain other ladles and etc. etc. So, but there is a recyclability even available here. So a policy framework has to be established in terms of recyclability of all these materials, like what we have done for steel, utilizing the recyclability of steel to make it a policy work, to make it sustainable to this country, so that our 500 million tons of steel is produced, at least with 200 million tons is scrap. So that is another sustainability policy. So what we have done is faster adoption, like FAME policy, which the road and transport industry has come up with. We're going to recycle most of our cars a few years later. So similar certain concepts have to come up even in steel. The similar concept have to come up in the concepts of refractories, coal. Coal, the best idea which JSW has come up is in terms of coal washeries, which is a very critical idea which was discussed way back in 2016-17, and now establishing into India in a big way is a very, very useful thing. Coking coal, yes, coking coal is not our business yet. Okay, there is a small part of reserves which have been identified. That's been identified for a long time, but we're not able to extract it. But the extraction outside and probably acquiring mines has been a better thought for India to do, like what JSPL has done in Mozambique with Vulcan and others. Yes, that is one part of business activity. In ferroalloys also similar issues. We do not have appropriate sustainability in ferroalloy manufacturing. So for example, Bhalgat mines for Manganese Ore India Limited, which we are touching almost at the bottoms of the earth today. 0.6 kilometers we have gone inside. Is it Bharat Mata today? So we are the deepest mines of manganese ore in the world today. See, and I see in steel and metallurgy every day announcing the largest production of manganese, largest production of iron ore. That means we are digging too much. So what is the sustainability here? We buy out manganese ores abroad. We buy out magnesia ores abroad. We start buying them and make our country sustainable. So how do we do that? There we have so many businessmen who can do that. So we start digging elsewhere, acquire mines is one frame policy which India needs to adopt. And like, you know, what is the depth of a manganese ore mine in South Africa? 8 meters. And how far are we digging? 650 meters. Can you believe this? This is what it is, manganese. So how do we do this? We have to have a policy where we are making our mines also sustainable. Then what is the next? We have a roadmap. Roadmap is clear. Steel making has to touch 500 million. It will touch. As everybody said yesterday, 180 million. 180 million is an announcement which I made in the year 2019. 180 million. Already people had planned for it. Already the plans and books were already given off to the Ministry of Environment and Forests. And today we have, if I remember in the last 6 months of my studies in India, already 40 million is ready for taking clearances. Another 40 million. So I'll be announcing by another few months, the India's production will be 220 million in terms of capacity. But what is the capacity going to do? How much is the production going to be? We're already going to cross this year 150 million. There's no doubt about it. Last year we touched 144 million. This year we're going to be 150 million. Next year, another 2 years will be 170 odd million. So our 70% will be. So if, as we talk about just steel, let's talk about ferroalloys. There are some people from ferroalloys here. What is the production capacity of ferroalloys? 5.5 million ton. So how much are we producing? Just 70%. Why is it so? Are we short of, are we not in requirement of ferroalloys? We are in requirement. We are importing also. We are exporting too. So there is a sustainability requirement here in terms of managing the prices, managing the figures. So what will be the necessities? Just like China, we'll also be framing, like if Kalanish is here, we'll very soon be requiring a global index like that in India. So that is a policy framework which India has to develop. We need to have an index system which India has to develop very quickly. Coal index, what are we doing today? Everything is dependent on a particular index system. Coal prices are such. So we have to have our own index system. Like we developed that in steel. So similarly, we need to do that. So there has to be certain policy frameworks in terms of pricings, in terms of amount of diggings we do, amount of volumes we produce, and all that thing. And what is sustainability? Sustainability, we are clear. Recyclability is one major area of sustainability. In every product, whether it's ferroalloys, whether it is refractories, whether it's steel, whether it's coal, everywhere. What is the best form of recyclability in coal? We've identified it as coal washeries. Secondly, in ferroalloys, there are certain methods. In terms of refractories, yesterday, so even Mr. Pramod Sagar spoke about it. There is a big amount of recyclability possible. So these are sustainability or roadmaps. So in policy framework and roadmaps, I suggest Deshpande Saab that these are the methods to adopt. So in terms of talking about the products, everybody here knows about the product. Everybody knows what are our troubles. Mostly everybody knows what are our constraints. We know our constraints are coking coal, our constraints are this, our constraints are this, constraints are this. What we need to really frame here is a framework to adopt these constraints and go ahead. So this is what I suggest as a framework and a roadmap for Indian 2025 and 2047. Thank you very much.
Points about sustainability and how the framework needs to sort of be around. Anybody else would like to throw some light on a subject either of on either of raw materials or any other part of the policy which influences the realization of the 2047 vision? Anyone of you?
Good morning. I am Ramesh Agarwal, Chief General Manager, Mines Bhilai Steel Plant. We are operating iron ore mines mainly for captive use of Bhilai Steel Plant. Our mines are based at Dali Rajara. As we know, we are sitting on billions of tons of iron ore reserves, and the reserve is of not very good quality. We have issues of gang, and our old mines, NMDC still is having a good quality iron ore, but at Dali Rajara, we have taken out the malai and we are now left with the milk only. So that type of issues are there in most of our mines. And as we discussed yesterday, and we are all are aware, the way ahead is beneficiation. We are operating washing plant at our mines, and we are generating slimes. We have slime ponds, and we are having 22 million ton slime. Recently, we have installed slime beneficiation plant through which we are beneficiating our slimes having around 47% Fe to the extent of 65% Fe. So this is something, an example of waste to wealth, because anyway, slime is going to be generated from the process. So this sort of initiative is helping us to reduce, recycle, reuse, and control the impact on environment. Also, we have recently embarked on installation of a pellet plant. We'll be benefiting this slime, which we call as beneficiated iron ore fines. And we'll be using this under 45 micron bias for production of pellets. Our pellet plant of 1 billion ton capacity is likely to go on stream by May 25. And this is being viewed as a game changer because this process will supply around 1 billion ton pellet in a year to Bhilai steel plant with 63.5 plus Fe. So the initiatives like this are being vastly taken up by the industry. Side by side, we are facing a lot of policy, though there is a policy, but there are constraints and there are slow paced development in the policy itself. Bhilai steel plant is facing shortage of iron ore for growth expansion. Bhilai steel plant was supposed to expand to 10 million ton, but because there is no reliable right now supply of iron ore, so we are stuck up at 7.5 million ton. Way back in 2007, the plant has acquired mines at Raughat. And since then, we were in the process of starting the mine. Lot of hurdles, lot of issues, lot of disturbances in the place have pushed us back, and we could start symbolic mining in year 2022 to the tune of only 3 lakh ton, though our environment clearance is for 14 billion ton. So as we know, we have a lot of reserves of iron ore, mainly in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha, Maharashtra belt, where disturbances are there. And these disturbances are taking a lot of efforts, lot of energy, and lot of time. And there is no clear-cut viability or prediction that we'll be able to operate smoothly. So something on that front was required to be done. And right now we are seeing that the government is pushing hard on that front with great success. We are hopeful that within a year or two, these disturbances will be either eliminated or will be controlled. So iron ore we see as a reserve, as a resource, where beneficiation is the only way to reduce, as we are facing a lot of issues with respect to metallurgical coal supply. And as we know, we operate steel plant with a lot of toil, garmi, dhool, dhua, pasina, and whatever we earn, most of the chunk of our profit is taken by Austrian coal supply companies. So sort of our steel plants are making profit to give large share of profit to the Austrian coal supplies. So we have to come out of that syndrome. So with respect to iron ore, though we are quite comfortable, but gang is the issue, and for which the upcoming technology, the technology in use like washing, beneficiation, hydrocyclone, beams, HGMS, all these technologies have to be used in a major way. Even if our ore is 61, 62% Fe, we can enrich it to 65 and above. And whatever we take out from the iron ore without using coal, that is going to give us money directly. So these are all the issues which must be addressed at policy level, a fast track clearances of mines, auction of mines, as yesterday we were discussing that auction of mines should be predictable so that there is no excessive forward bidding, because that is not sustainable. So government has to come out clearly that anybody establishing steel plant will be having a dedicated source of iron ore so that the profit from iron ore can be earned through steel, not through selling iron ore. Also, as we were having the discussion yesterday, that expansion, to what extent? Should we expand for the purpose of expansion only? Or as one of the esteemed member yesterday was suggesting, that steel will be a commodity which will be traded or used within the country or within the continent. So all these things are to be kept in mind, and we should expand in a sustainable and in a way where we do not end up with overcapacity like China. So ultimately, a balance has to be struck. And in this balance, as we see, iron ore is the only resource with us which is on the positive side for steel in our country. So that has to be used in such a way that it gives us the greatest advantage with respect to other steel producers in the world. So that is what I want to elaborate on raw material with respect to iron front. Thank you.
So good. I think the issue that was brought out about the iron ore, what level we need to beneficiate, why we must beneficiate, and what is the need for the policy. I'll give to the other fellow panelists also to open up their mind. I just want you to also reflect while we are thinking on this subject. Today, the India has about 180 million tons of steel making capacity. Would be going to 300 million tons by 2030, 31, 32, like this. It will be going there. So we have some routes made out where the capacity is going to expand and things of that sort. China has got a steel capacity close to 1,200 million tons. Now, the question arises in our mind that what was the policy framework that China had maybe 20 years ago? Did they have any policy framework by which they got guided and they have reached a particular level? And what are the implications of that kind of a policy framework onto the economy of China? Similarly, we can look at what policy Europe has followed maybe over the last 50 years for their steel development, for their steel plants, for their realizing their steel related vision. And how is that policy shaping itself into, or where are they finding themselves in terms of righteousness of that policy that they followed, or where they feel that they have done well. So these are the questions that we also need to take into account when we responsibly suggest to our government, or to in a way lead government to think as to what the policy India should follow.
सर, अभी 2030 के जो टारगेट बनाए हुए थे 300 मिलियन टन के, उसको अचीव करने के लिए विचार विमर्श और सारी पॉलिसीज चल रही थी, रोड मैप चल रहा था। अब अचानक आज की डिस्कशन में 2047 की बात हम करने लग गए, और तो पहले वो उसके बारे में सोचना ही अभी तक नहीं निकलता दिमाग में, क्योंकि जब तक हम 2030 की बात 300 मिलियन टन पे नहीं आ पाए, तब तक आगे 2047 की सोचना तो ख्याली पुलाव बना। क्या रोड मैप देंगे? जो रोड मैप 2030 के बनाए गए हैं वो पूरे हो पाएंगे या नहीं हो पाएंगे? जैसे 2024 के अंदर 144 मीट्रिक टन की प्रोडक्शन लिक्विड, ये जो उनसे अपना क्रूड स्टील की, अब 2006 साल हमारे पास पड़े हैं, कितनी परसेंटेज बढ़ेगी 300 मिलियन टन का? जस्ट डबल। क्या उसके लिए हमारे पास आयरन और अवेलेबल है? आयरन और अवेलेबल हो सकती है, उसको हम ज्यादा निकाल लें, पर उसके साथ कोल का क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा, कोल का क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा। इधर स्क्रैप की जो रेशो अभी तक चल रही है, जो है जो ब्लास्ट फर्नेस 43% के आसपास चल रही है प्रोडक्शन, वो डायरेक्ट रिड्यूस इलेक्ट्रिकल आर्क फर्नेस 57% पे चल रही है उनकी प्रोडक्शन जो है। अब क्या हम ब्लास्ट फर्नेस बढ़ पाएगी, इतनी डबल हो पाएगी? 30 तक ही पहले हम सोचे, 2047 में तो खाली पुलाव बनाना मेरे बस की तो नहीं है, इसमें जो बना सकता है विद्वान बना ले। तो और स्क्रैप की जो है वो भी जस्ट डबल पर ईयर की कंजम्पशन, जो डिमांड जहाँ आ रही है रॉ मटेरियल की रिक्वायरमेंट, इंपोर्टेड स्क्रैप इस समय 6 मीट्रिक टन के आसपास आ रहा है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा हमें आइडिया है कि 12 मीट्रिक टन अगर आएगा उसी रेशो से, पर जो वर्ल्ड की सिचुएशन हो रही है, क्या स्क्रैप की जनरेट वहां पे भी यूरोप में भी बढ़ती जा रही है, और वो मेरे को नहीं लगता हकीकत में प्रैक्टिकल क्या स्क्रैप ज्यादा इंपोर्टेड हो पाए। और जहां तक डोमेस्टिक स्क्रैप का है, डोमेस्टिक स्क्रैप की जनरेशन भी, जो इंडस्ट्री वेस्ट एंड स्क्रैप निकलती थी, वो भी बहुत कम परसेंटेज होती जा रही है, क्योंकि हर इंडस्ट्री अपनी प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट को और कम करने के लिए कट टू साइज मटेरियल बनाने लग गई है। ऑन डिमांड जो रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, जो वेस्टेज पहले निकलती थी इंडस्ट्री स्क्रैप से प्राइम मटेरियल को यूज करने के लिए, कंजम्पशन करने के लिए, जो उसकी परसेंटेज होती थी वो भी आज की तारीख में कम होती जा रही है। और डोमेस्टिक स्क्रैप की जो ऑटो का इनकी एज फैक्टर लाने का प्रोग्राम था, वो अभी तक कोई पॉलिसी तो बना ली, पर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे होगा कैसे नहीं होगा मेरे को नजर नहीं आ रहा। 2030 तक भी कैसे होगा, क्योंकि अगर वो शहरों में एनसीआर के अंदर उसकी लाइफ की किया 15 साल, तो वो सारे जो ऑटोस हैं जो व्हीकल्स हैं सारे गाँव में जाके छोटे शहरों में जाके सेल हो रहे हैं। पोल्यूशन की समस्या अगर इधर से कम हो रही है तो उधर बढ़ रही है। तो स्क्रैप की जनरेशन भी, डोमेस्टिक स्क्रैप की जनरेशन भी इतनी ज्यादा बढ़ पाएगी क्या, जस्ट डबल हो पाएगी क्या? तो इसलिए रोड मैप तो भी पहले 2030 के रोड मैप को देखेंगे, 6 साल बचे हैं और हमें उसको पाने के लिए जस्ट डबल हर चीज में चाहिए। जहां तक प्रश्न है डिमांड का, पहले होता था क्या डिमांड नहीं है, आज की तारीख में डिमांड भरपूर है, डिमांड बढ़ती रहेगी। उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट हम कैसे पूरी करें, रॉ मटेरियल होगा तो हो, चाहे वो कोल हो, चाहे वो फेरोज हो, चाहे वो पावर हो। तो इस सब चीजों को देखते हुए ही हम किसी डाटा पे पहुंच सकते हैं। थैंक्स।
अग्रवाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं अपने बारे में बता दूं कि मैं माय नेम इज देवेश कुमार सरावगी। आई जस्ट रिटायर्ड फ्रॉम द स्टील एंड पावर लिमिटेड अबाउट 6 months बैक एज ए सीईओ। रोड मैप के बारे में मैं आपको बताता हूं सर। व्हेन आई वाज इन जेएसपीएल, आई वाज too busy in that plant, so I could not go anywhere else in India or abroad to see their condition, their plant condition, how they are running, what they are doing. But luckily, when means after retirement, I have seen lot of Indian plant, lot of abroad, and I can say when I am going there and meeting people, they are saying they are saying we are number one. We are running our plant so efficiently. Nobody can run plant the way we are running. Okay, good. So I'm just requesting, can I see your plant? Can you show your plant for 1 hour? After seeing their plant, I can say boldly, they are that they are running their plant hardly at 70% rate, 50% rate, 60% rate. Number one problem. Number two, you to make our roadmap. How we can make our roadmap for 31? You have to see seriously. इंडिया में बहुत प्लांट एनसीएलटी हो गए, अभी भी प्रॉफिट में नहीं है। In Jindal, we are running all our departments more than 100%, even at 110, 120%. Our no department is running at less than 100% in JSPL. But when we are going there, I feel very bad. It they are using oil, they are using CNG, LNG. Why? When we are having local domestic coal with us, we can produce gas easily at 1/4 rate than oil and gas. Why we are buying liquid? Why we are buying gas from market? Why we are using in our furnace? This is wrong. In my opinion, this is not correct. If we will not run our plant efficiently, and we are planning for 300 million ton, and out of 180 million ton, Hardly we are producing is 140, 150 million ton hardly. I have seen lot of coke conveyors in JSPL. There are only two conveyors. One conveyor from the coke one conveyor going to cutter and is screen from the coke one. And next conveyor it is going to state which is stock was a blast furnace. And I have seen and I'm seeing they are installing 10 conveyors, 12 conveyors, 15 conveyors. We are making hardly 3 to 4% fines, coke fines in our plant. And they are making 10%, 12% fines of the coke. Means the, the cost of coke is, I think you are aware of all this thing that coke cost is around 25,000 rupees per ton and fines rate is hardly 12,000. So we are, how much we are losing, you can imagine. If you are saving 1% moisture, you can save 2 kg coke per ton of hot metal. And we are giving 6%, 7% moisture into blast furnace in our coke. So we have to run our plant efficiently. One has to learn how we can do all these things. That is my first point for the roadmap. Everybody has to see. When we talked about contractor, roadmap for contractor. One side we are saying there is unemployment in India. And one side we are saying we don't have contractors with us. We don't have vendors, good vendors. We don't have consultants. So what is required? Required, anybody please? Training. Training is must. If in nearby area, if a lot of unemployment, if we will call them and we will pay 2,000 rupees, 3,000, 5,000, that depends how much we can pay, and we'll train them how one can do carpentry, how we can do electrical job, how we can do mechanical job, how one can do fitting job. Any problem, sir? Then we cannot get the trained manpower to run our plant. Yes, 100% it is confirmed that we are shortage of contractor. Can we not solve this problem for 2030? This is our big roadmap. If you trained our manpower, you will get good manpower for our India. We are talking for coking coal. Even today, China is giving coke at the rate of 25,000 rupees. And I have seen in my own eyes, people are making it 30,000 rupees. Why? Because they are buying coal from country which is not right. We should buy coking coal from the country where we can produce coke at the rate of 25,000, less than 23,000 rupees. We are producing. Even I have seen people are producing at the rate of 21,000 rupees. So why we are producing at 30,000 rupees? If we will not see, big problem. Then NCLT means फिर हमारे plant चले जाते हैं NCLT में. Why? अगर हम if we cannot run our plant in India, where we can run? In India, you have good iron ore, you have very good coal, you have good manpower, you have good electricity, everything is available. But then why it is so? One has to see carefully. This is my last point, sir. What I have seen in coke one, sir, mix is not proper, blending is not proper. You have to see one how can mix the coking coal and produce at reasonable cost. Then first time in the world, our respected Babuji, Sri O.P. Jindal ji. They have used, he has, I think, I'm sorry, he has used 100% non-cooking coal first time in JSPL. What they have done, they have gone to South Africa. They have seen how they are making syngas. Syngas, your question, sir. Syngas is nothing but reformed natural gas. Whomsoever is using natural gas, after reforming, what quality we are getting gas, you can get that same gas from our cooking, our non-cooking coal. That we have done in our Angul plant. In our Angul plant, we are producing syngas. Then we are using 100%. Then we are making DRI, and then we are using 100% hot DRI into our arc furnace. I think nobody can beat us cost-wise. Cost is very, 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 very reasonable. And I think what I heard in this month only, government has also giving a lot of subsidy on this JSPL, sir. Then this technology is not this very good technology, I can say. And if anybody has any question, I can respond. I can reply anyone, so please. We are talking for 2030. We have to see our logistics very carefully, sir. Logistics. In logistics, what problem we are facing? Sufficient tracks are not available in India, sir. Tracks, railway tracks. You cannot import, you cannot export properly if you are not based at a port. Very difficult, sir. Even if you are not getting wagons from the railway board and you are buying your racks from your own money, can you imagine what is the cycle of that your racks? Sometimes one in a month and sometimes hardly two. Means one rack, it is going in 15 days and coming back in your plant. And sometimes in a month, one. Even if you'll have 50 racks, so in a year, these 50 racks, you can transport your material hardly 60, 70 times. This is the condition of our tracks in India, sir. So one has to see carefully how we can improve this system, sir, railway system, sir. And you can see the road condition and road means if you want to transport your material from the road, you can imagine what is the condition of your roads, sir. You have to improve our roads, otherwise very difficult. You have to see road condition also, sir. Sir, in India, you have a lot of fines. One has to see how you can make proper pellet or sinter, right? But Mr. Mala is here. This is now old technology, I can say. What is new technology? Cricket. Wale has done, we are also doing. If the cost, roughly, if the cost of your pellet and sinter conversion cost is 2,000 rupees, you can convert your brick iron ore fines into briquette in hardly 500, 600, 700. Then you have to see carefully how we can use your briquette in your blast furnace, in your DRI plant. In India, you have lot of low-grade iron ore fines, right? One has to see how you can use your low-grade iron ore fines. Washing, yes, there is a good method. People are saying, yes, we can wash iron ore fines and we can use our iron ore fines and then we can convert into good iron ore fines and then we can use in our sinter and pellet for blast furnace and DRI, right? But what China is doing, sir? China, they are not making all these things, sir. Or other countries, what they are doing? You have to see. I think in India, nobody has done so far RHF. It's a very simple technology. Rotary hearth furnace, very simple technology. In China, there are in plenty, lot of, in China, there are a lot of RHF. And in China, they have very low grade, hardly 40-45% iron contents in their iron ore. And they are making steel, good steel. Why we are not? Why? Because number one, we have a lot of money with us. Then why will use our low grade? Or we have a lot of good iron ore. But what you will do after 5 years? What you will do after 10 years? Once you will finish your good iron ore, what you will do? You have to think today. In our country, sir, you have to think how to use low grade iron ore. It's a very important thing, sir. Sir, in ferroalloys also, sir, lot of plant is idle and people are making new ferroalloy plant. Why? When you are having lot of ferroalloys plant and you want to put up new ferroalloys plant, why? You have a lot of induction furnace down condition, and you are making a lot of induction furnace. Why it is so? You have to think carefully, sir. In refractory, whatever we are using for the last 10 years, 20 years, we are using same refractory. It is so or not? It is so, sir. But in other country, what they have done? Suppose 10 years back, हमको कितनी मिलती थी सर? 50, आज कितनी मिल रही होगी? 55 लोग बना रहे हैं 150 हीट, 200 हीट, 250 हीट सर. You have to see all these things, sir. How we can reduce our cost? 4M. Our Dada has come, sir. एक बड़ा clap कर दो सर हमारे दादा के लिए. Dada, I think, sir, yesterday we have seen a good function, and I think Dada is not well, sir. For his hard work, for his dedication, devotion, for his steel and metallurgy. Because of him, sir, today I am here, sir. I was actually in USA, sir. He called me and I am here, sir. I have come from USA, sir, to meet only Mr. Nirmala Dada, sir. Please take some rest, sir, please. Please. Sir, capacity-wise, we are talking about capacity, sir. Nameplate capacity. People are after only nameplate capacity. One has to see what factor of safety inbuilt it is there in that capacity. No. 20%, 30%, 25% extra capacity is there. All the good plant, they are running more than 120%, sir. We are running, sir. There are a lot of plants who are making good money. What we will learn? You will learn 4M. 4M means what? 4M. 4M means make more and more money. This is our concept. How we can make more and more money. Then only we can survive. Then only we can make more and more plants. Sir, people are not using their byproduct. Why? Because we have a lot of money. We are extra overconfident. Why people are giving example of JSW, JSPL. One can go to JSPL. You know what is their recycle capacity? Recycle. JSW, please. 97%, 98%. And what is our byproduct using capacity? 60%, 70%. Why it is so? Why we are throwing our 4%, 5% iron in the mud in the ground, sir? You have to see carefully how we can use our waste management. It's very important for the road map, sir. Very important for our road map. All this waste and all these byproducts. I have taken a lot of time, sir. Lot of time. I can say a lot of things, sir. That much I can say ki if you have any question for making steel, iron ore, coal, steel, induction furnace, blast furnace, central plant, hook one, pellet plant, plate mill, anything, if you want to ask anything, I'm ready to respond, sir. You can ask, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. So I'm saying, Mr. Nirmala Dada, big thanks to you, sir. Thank you.
सर, आपने एनसीएलटी में बताया कि एनसीएलटी आ गया है और इंडस्ट्री को ले रहा है। एनसीएलटी इसलिए लाया गया था कि जो इंडस्ट्री बीमार हो रही है या नहीं चला पा रहा, उसकी जगह दूसरा इंडस्ट्री वाला आए, उसको लेके केस करके बैंक का रुपया दे और एनसीएलटी के थ्रू ले ले, बाकी गवर्नमेंट के ड्यूज वगैरह उसके वेव ऑफ हो जाएंगे। तो एनसीएलटी के अंदर भी जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, कई साल जो बड़ी इंडस्ट्री होती है जो वो औने पौने दाम पे तो बेच के हो रहा है, एनसीएलटी के थ्रू पास हो रहा है। काफी केसेस हैं वो पॉलिटिकल हो जाएगा अगर हम उठाते हैं। पर छोटी इंडस्ट्री जितनी है उनकी जजमेंट, उनकी जो है कंफर्म होने में इतना टाइम हो रहा है कि वो इंडस्ट्री की मशीनरी पुरानी टेक्नोलॉजी की हो जाती है और खराब हो जाती है, और नया आदमी उसको सिर्फ जमीन की कीमत पे ही ले पाता है। तो इस तरफ भी हमारे को कुछ कानून को देखना होगा।
अग्रवाल जी, मैं आपकी बात से थोड़ा डिफर कर रहा हूं, सर। हम क्यों सोच रहे हैं कि हमारा प्लांट एनसीएलटी हो? हम क्यों सोच रहे हैं हमारा प्लांट जो है अगर एनसीएलटी हो गया है तो कोई पार्टी आके दूसरी पार्टी उसको चलाए? जो प्लांट दूसरा ही पार्टी आके चला सकती है, दूसरी कंपनी हमारे उस प्लांट को चला सकती है इफिशिएंटली। आज जितने प्लांट इंडिया में एनसीएलटी हुए हैं, आज कोई दूसरी कंपनी उसको बढ़िया से बढ़िया जाके चला रही है। आप देखिए आपका बॉम्बे वाला प्लांट मित्तल जी का, क्या इफिशिएंटली वो प्लांट चल रहा है, सर। आज आप देखिए अंगुल का जो प्लांट भूषण का, आज देखिए आप झारसुगड़ा का भूषण प्लांट, आप सारे प्लांट देखिए। प्लांट को टाटा ने लिया या जेएसडब्ल्यू ने लिया, जिसने भी लिया, क्या बढ़िया पैसे बना रहे हैं वो क्या रहा है, सर। मैं आपको बताता हूँ अंदर की बात, मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस है इन दिनों का। सबसे पहले ईगो, सर प्लीज डोंट माइंड सर, ईगो। सबसे पहले उनकी ईगो है कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वो हम बेस्ट कर रहे हैं, इसलिए वो कभी किसी की सुनते नहीं है। अगर कोई एक अच्छा कंसल्टेंट, एक अच्छा एडवाइजर, निर्मला दादा जैसा आदमी कोई चला जाए वहां पे सर, कुछ चीज बताएगा, वो सुनेंगे नहीं। वो मैं तो बहुत अच्छा हूँ, क्यों सुन लिया उनकी मैनेजमेंट बोलेगा कि आप अभी तक क्या कर रहे थे, तो डर है उनको। वो डर निकालना पड़ेगा, मैनेजमेंट को भी नहीं बोलना पड़ेगा। और मैं एक बात ये कहता हूँ सर आज प्लेटफॉर्म पे, कि अगर उस प्लांट को सही तरीके से उसी ने चलाया तो आज के बाद कोई भी प्लांट एनसीएलटी नहीं होगा, सर।
So in the current policy framework also, how some plants can run very well and some plants have difficulty to run, and why those people, how those difficulties need to recognize, the point is highlighted. I would like to say something.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raghav Kabra. I'm the director of Raghav Productivity and Answers Limited. We are the world's largest manufacturers of silica ramming mass, which is a very important refractory which is used for induction furnace based plants as for the lining of the induction furnaces. Now, as Kamalji represents almost 1800 steel plants in India who are making steel through the induction furnace route, about 35% as of now, and a growing number. We're talking in 2030 of a 300 million ton figure, in 2047 of a 500 million ton figure. Out of that, even a third of it is from the induction furnace route. That's a very large figure. In 2030, we will maybe have about 100 million ton of steel being produced through that route. That route is a very neglected route, if I'm correct, sir. In terms of say R&D, in terms of say productivity, in terms of say capacity utilization. Now, as I was saying that out of about 180 million tons, only 144 is being made right now. In the induction furnace route, whatever capacities are there, that number of say 75% or 78% capacity utilization, that number is even further low. Particularly because firstly, the plant sizes are small, the area of expertise of the people running the plant is much lower as compared to the larger guys who are running blast furnace or electric arc furnace based plants. And also that, the mindset is also very different over there, that, कि सिर्फ रुपये का पैसा बनाने वाली सोच जैसे रखते हैं, ना कि भाई हमको कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन बढ़ाना है, उसके अंदर नई टेक्नोलॉजीज को इन्वॉल्व करना है, इम्प्रूवमेंट करना है. तो दैट इज एन एरिया व्हिच हैज टू बी थॉट ऑफ, बिकॉज कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने से कुछ नहीं होगा. कैपेसिटी आपने 100 मिलियन टन बढ़ा दी, पर उसका कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन अगर 50% ही रहता है, तो दैट्स जस्ट अ 50, एज यू वर सेइंग सर, that's just going to add to 50 million ton figure, which is not good enough. This is an area which has to be focused on, not just from the people around here, but from the government side as well, because it is a very neglected area. If I talk particularly about say refractories, because I am from the refractory industry, say particularly Reming Mass in itself, जैसे बोला सर कि पहले 50 हीट आती थी, अभी 55 या 60 हुई है. Reming Mass in the induction furnace field has gone from say 15 heats to just 20 heats right now. And the problem is actually getting worse, because as in when iron ore beneficiation एक बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलर हो जा रहा है, pelletization बहुत पॉपुलर हो जा रहा है, और स्पेशली ईस्टर्न बेल्ट्स में और रायपुर बेल्ट के अंदर लोग पेलेट्स ही यूज कर रहे हैं इंडक्शन फर्नेस के अंदर मोस्टली. उसकी वजह से जो नंबर ऑफ हीट्स है वो बहुत कम हो रही है, पर हीट टाइमिंग बढ़ रहा है, और उस वजह से जो कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन है वो कम हो जा रहा है, क्योंकि आप उसी इक्विपमेंट से एक 20 टन की फर्नेस से पहले जितना माल बना सकते थे, अब उससे कम माल बना पा रहे हैं, because of the lower yields that are coming out and the higher per heat timing. Over there, refractory plays a very important role. Now, since this a core component of this discussion is around refractories as well, I would like to say that refractories is something, just Reming Mass in itself, the per heat timing has a very important role to play in the productivity of a particular steel plant. Now, if the yield of the refractory, say Reming Mass, if the life of the refractory goes up, there is a very non-linear increase in the productivity output of a steel plant. But the problem is that this thing is not being understood by most of the steel plant owners or most of the steel plant runners in the induction furnace field. Once they understand this gameplay, that there's a non-linear increase in productivity, that gives a very important role to play for the refractory industry. और ये तो एक ऐसा area जहाँ पे R&D होती ही नहीं है. Rarely you will see that refractory, particularly for the induction furnace field, that there is a major player who's doing R&D in this. We are one of the pioneers in this, but still we are a very small component of the overall industry. Now, there must be focus from the industry, from the associations, as well as from the government side, that an area which is bound to produce 100 million tons of steel, uske main R&D के लिए कोई कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा है. So that is an area which has to be focused upon. I would also like to speak about BIS. Now, Kamalji is pioneering this effort to bring BIS into the field of Reming Mass. Problem क्या है, induction furnace के operations में बतेरे accidents होते हैं. Now, one of the major reasons for those accidents is the failure of the refractory, failure of a Reming Mass in the furnace, due to which molten metal comes outside of the furnace and then hits the people inside the plant. And there are accidents, people die because of this, but nothing is being done about it. People are still using inferior qualities of Reming Mass, which are made by random plants across India, and they're happy to do that just because the material is cheaper. Because there is no focus on the safety side from the associations, from the steel plants, or the government for that matter. Now, if BIS is something which comes up in this field, there is some set of systems, some set of processes, some testing methods which have to be followed by the Reming Mass manufacturers or the refractory manufacturers. That will help quite a lot in reduction of these accidents which occur at various steel plants across the country. Sir, as you were talking about recycling, and Vijayji was also talking about recycling, another area where refractory players need to focus upon very much. If I talk about various kind of bricks which are being used, Reming masses, other monolithics, castables which are being used, there is a huge opportunity for recycling of those. Now, the Reming mass that comes out of the induction furnaces, there is one small plant in Orissa called Suraj, who is using that material and making bricks out of it, which are being used for pavements and blocks on the roads. Now that is a very unique way of recycling that material. A, he's making money out of it, and B, because the material is made out of silica, which is a harmful product for the environment. So if it gets used instead of just being dumped at different places, it is a very important thing. But that's just one plant out of 1800 who are doing anything about it. The rest of them are just throwing it away. So that is one area, if the industry overall can focus on, that will be very helpful. I think that's all from me to say. Thank you so much.
No, I have a question. My name is Mogoy Bhattacharjee. I'm from Kopan. We are in the field of briquetting. Since you talked about the refractory lining in the induction furnaces, this is one challenge which we face very frequently. There are plenty of steel makers, small sector steel makers who are making steel through induction furnace route. They are generating fines and they are looking for solutions for agglomerates for those fines to be charged into induction furnace. But the basic problem what we are facing here is that mostly the agglomerates or the binders what is being used for briquetting are mostly alkaline. And to my knowledge, the induction furnace refractory lining is acidic.
Yeah.
And there we get stuck up. This is issue number one. And second issue is that, of course, induction furnace has a limitation in capacity for slag handling. Now, whatever binder you are adding into the fines for making those agglomerates, those are all getting into slag, sometimes to the tune of 7 to 10%. And that is basically restricting us to use this technology of briquetting agglomeration in the induction furnace. Do you have any solution or ideas about this? Because we get contacted by many induction furnace people for a briquetting solution, but we can't help them.
That's a very valid point, sir. As I said earlier, briquetting or pelletization is what effectively it is doing is that it is reducing the life of the ramming mass inside the furnace, and then inherently it reduces the productivity. The only which can save it is that if we are able to introduce a product in the induction furnace for the refractory, which increase the life of it effectively. We have introduced a product which is premixed with boron oxide instead of boric acid. Now that increases the life of ramming mass from whatever it was previously to up to 25 to 30% higher. In that case, if you're using briquetting sort of items or pellets inside it, that life will go down by say 25%, but at least it will be almost at the component of which you were getting previously. Otherwise, when you put it just like that, because of oxidization that happens with the fines that are going in, that will reduce the life. And if it goes beyond, say, for example, from 10 heats to say 6 or 7 heats, then the other crucible will not even be ready by the time this crucible goes down. So there's a massive loss of productivity that happens over there. So it is a trade-off. Effectively, we still in a massive R&D spree to kind of figure out what is the best kind of product for induction furnaces who are using pellets or say briquettes for that matter to melt. But I think the industry is still far behind in getting a proper solution for that. Neutral ramming mass was thought of as a solution for this, but it is still less than 5% of only, or maybe only 2 or 3% of steel manufacturers use that product, particularly because of the extremely high cost of neutral ramming mass for that.
Thank you. So in near short term, I don't see a solution, so to say.
Yeah, there is a solution. You don't approach the steel industry, go for non-ferrous. Go for non-ferrous also is a substantial business. In fact, it'll fetch you a better price. See, in our case, what we need is on acidic steel. The ramming mass which is providing is also actually not good for steel. Because I would not appreciate an acidic ramming mass for my steel furnaces because it forms slag. In your case, being a lime product is even more dangerous because it will pick up my oxygen levels. It will do a lot of dehydration and a lot of things. So there is an issue even in this. Better thing is to go for a non-ferrous material like aluminum and other furnaces rather than steel. Even in his material, I suggest him to go for non-ferrous production rather than for steel because his ramming mass, okay, may be providing a better life. But as such in steel making, I would not prefer an acidic ramming mass, which I experimented in 1991 from Intocast. it was a failure for me.
No, for steel, in the conventional route of BF, BOF, or electric arc furnace, our briquettes are getting very well accepted, and there are worldwide many installations in electric arc furnace, in ferroalloy sector, in submerged arc furnace. But the problem what we are facing is in induction furnace because of this acidic refractory lining. And most of our binders, what we use for agglomeration, are alkaline in nature. And that is basically the conflict here.
Yeah, that's what the very limited application, not definitely induction furnace. Even other little applications like a pelletizer, a rotary kiln pelletizer at the throat levels, things like that can be an applicable event. Otherwise, not an applicable event. Well, Nirmala Saab, thanks for coming in. Thank you very much to call me. Well, if I have to summarize on the roadmap and the vision for 2047, I will once again mention the point which Kamalji has said about the 1800 businesses. See, even if you can increase the volume by 20 million tons, it's a big contribution to Indian steel industry. 1800 parties. Yesterday, I met 4 parties in Calcutta. They themselves are increasing 5 million ton business. All of them are induction furnaces. So I am expecting 20 million ton of production only from your group of members. And the majors we are going to see another 50 million ton coming. So our 300 million ton, we have written this policy in a very, very thoughtful manner. And we are going to do the 300 million ton. Okay, we may not produce 300 million. But we are going to have a capacity of 300 million tons. In fact, in your case, the capacities are actually much larger. You are not announcing them. Your capacities are maybe 100 million. So,
सर अनाउंस करने के अंदर तो कुछ नहीं होता, पर आज जो मैंने अपनी समस्या आपको बताई थी कि अभी 2030 के हम रोड मैप को तो पहले पूरा कर लें, हम 2047 की विचार करके बैठ गए.
I'll tell you.
उसको 2030 का पूरा नहीं हो पा
So
रहा.
we are ending this with a small discussion so that the whole thing chapter closes, because actually this is a panel discussion also.
Yeah.
So the discussion is see, constraints which were there with the AIFE, we've recognized it, we resolved it by naming them sustainable manufacturers. We are giving them the emission intensity levels of less than 1 now. They are the only 5-star players in Indian steel industry today. So in terms of green taxonomy, the biggest advantage to Indian steel industry has been them. 40% of the Indian steel industry is with that group of 1800 people. There's huge advantages. They have rolling mills all around the country, more than 1,000 rolling mills. Yes. And they're a big contribution to infrastructure in India. There's no doubt about it. The advantages they have is certain things. Disadvantages in terms of power. Power is a big problem for them. I do agree. They'll have to change the power in injection into their furnaces in I don't know what manner. Right now, the Ministry of Power has established as 0.71 as the emission intensity for the entire industry, not just for us. It is for the whole industry. See, in induction furnace, the capacity has also gone up. The volumes have also gone up. We would like to increase your volume much larger. We would expect another 20 million from you in the next 5 years.
Sir, ऐसा है, ये बात आपकी बिल्कुल सही है और मैं ये कहता आ रहा हूँ, मिनिस्ट्री में भी हमेशा यही बात हो रही है कि हमारा रूट ही ऐसा है जो सारी समस्या देश की हल कर सकते, क्योंकि हमारी इंडस्ट्री हम लोग रूरल एरिया में लगाते हैं. जो ब्लास्ट फर्नेस वगैरह है वो रोजगार भी नहीं बढ़ा सकती. रोजगार हम गांव में भी रोजगार दे रहे हैं, हर जगह दे रहे हैं. फाइनेंस की प्रॉब्लम हम गवर्नमेंट को नहीं कहते कि हमें फाइनेंस दो, क्योंकि सब लोग अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट भी करना जानते हैं और फाइनेंस इतना बैंक दे भी देता है उनकी.
Now, Government of India has fully recognized your efforts and your support into this and have now approved you for every infrastructure application for your steel. There is no infrastructure stoppages now.
Yeah.
In fact, in 2021, Sanjay Singh, I was also part of that committee where we got you approved as no more to be called as secondary steel.
Yeah, there is a circular by ministry. I mean, you'll get that on our ministry website.
It was a circular released by Rasika Chaubey ji.
Yeah.
I was also part of that circular. We have really got it released very clearly for induction furnace divisions.
सेकंड उन्होंने वो सर्कुलर भी इशू किया था क्या जो अभी तक ये हो रहा था, गवर्नमेंट ये बड़ी कंपनियां जो है सिर्फ प्राइमरी स्टील का मटेरियल खरीद रही थी, उसके लिए उन्होंने एक सर्कुलर ये और आईफा के कहने पे यूज
Now the circle is also clear. The national highways also they're approved. They're approved for metro. Only thing is they have to adhere to the standards of Indian BIS.
BIS.
That's it. If they're producing it as per the BIS, their steel is fully acceptable.
और कमल जी मेरा तो ये भी दरख्वास्त रहेगा कि आप BIS कोड्स को भी अपग्रेड करें।
BIS के ऊपर भी डेली बात हो रही है। अब जैसे रिफैक्ट्री का आपने बताया, रिफैक्ट्री को हमने BIS में लाने के लिए अभी तक उसका कोड ही नहीं है, सब हेडिंग ही कोई नहीं है। उसके लिए हमने BIS से बात की आईफा ने, और BIS ने हमारे कहने पे एक कमेटी बनाई जिसमें आईफा की तरफ से भी हमें और हमने एज ए इंडस्ट्री इनको भी मेंबर बनाया है कि अभी ये आप उसको लागू करवाएं।
Well, now to conclude this session, Nirmala ji, the panel was talking about the roadmap to 2047. It is going to be 500 million ton, because I will not deter from the values and the volumes. India needs this volume for our infrastructure and to the $5 trillion economy. There's no second thought about it. How many will invest? Where the investment will come from? We never know. Even the foreigners may come into India. We'll always be positive about it and optimistic. So that's the way we need to be. Then in terms of the pathway, we are very clear. We are ready for any method or process to come into India. Even if there is a technology which is adopted, like the best technologies for DRI made, already JSPL has proved us one of the biggest and the best Midrex process available. AMNS has it. We have Corex processes, okay, as successful as it could be. But Midrex is the best process available today. And probably it may turn out to be totally green also tomorrow if the hydrogen values go down. That's it. Then in terms of the pathway, investment is one issue where government has given certain incentives if it is a green sustainability. And tomorrow, the green sustainability will be the pathway. And therefore, the government's policy framework will also be attached to it. And the processes like Midrex and also probably stand a little one step ahead of the rest of the policies.
बोलिए सर अभी जी।
Hello. Sir, we are talking for primary and secondary steel. And I think you are aware what is difference between primary and secondary steel. Primary and in secondary steel, sir, there is difference of sulfur and phos. In induction furnace route, there are sulfur contents and phosphorus contents are more than the route of arc furnace. Sir, why we are producing through induction furnace? Because their conversion cost is approximately 2,000 less than the arc furnace. But here I can say, sir, I know there are a lot of producers through induction furnace who are making equivalent to arc furnace sulfur and phos. They are equivalent to primary steel, sir. So now even sir, if you're talking for LRF that they are having now LRF, but sir, even without LRF in induction furnace, they are producing better than arc furnace, sir.
Sarogji ji, I agree with you as far as the secondary refining is concerned. कमल जी, ये भी मेरा एक दरख्वास्त है कि आप अपने सारे members को advise करें that they should, essentially ensure that they have a secondary refining in place. P or S, these are the two issues on which the main producers have a, problem with the smaller players. So ये अगर ensure करें कि we all of us go for secondary refining in place. And as I mentioned yesterday, where do we get the sulfur from? It comes mainly from the coal. So coal is the source of sulfur in a way.
निर्मला जी, मेरा आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि there are a lot of issues, there are a lot of problems in our steel industries, right, sir? you have to make one platform where we can discuss all these issues, sir. How one can improve plant efficiency. There, that will be the topic of our conference. And if we'll discuss all this issue, I think then this from 144 million ton steel, not 180 million ton, but we can go certainly more than 144 million ton, maybe 160, 170. But if you have to discuss if from the clear mind, means if our mind is clear that we have to produce our plant capacity at a rated capacity or more than rated capacity, and we will discuss our problem, certainly then one can produce easily more than their rated capacity, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, Sarogiji.
So I'll finalize this session right now. See, we are discussing about the four key products, which are part of the major parts of the supply chain for any steel industry: iron ore, coal, ferroalloys, and refractories. See, all these four parts, unless they're very successfully managed, steel making will be impossible. In terms of these supply chain products, whatever the constraints are, the parties who are involved need to come forward and put it in place to the government of India to really help you on the policy work. See, the policy work is very clear. It is very favorable under the government of India, under Prime Minister Ji. It's very clear. Anybody who comes forward with a plan and any constraint which is held up on a particular business, if it comes forward, it will be addressed. Either you put it to the Ministry of Steel, either you put it to the Ministry of Mines. Everywhere, the policy work is so addressable that they'll immediately take up the subject and address to you. Say, as we did for manganese, we went ahead with larger depths of manganese ore digging. We went for iron ore. We went for recyclability on many products. Coal washings have been started off. All the byproducts are getting happily done. All these because of policy changes. Earlier, slag could not be utilized for certain things because unless the policy was there for to be utilized for road and construction, you could not have used it. Unless there was a usage possible for brick building and infrastructure and concrete building, the slag could not have been used. It would have been set aside. It was only because of the construction policies which the government had created, this was feasible. So anybody, anywhere wants any policy to be created or probably enabled, I think you will have to come forward. Even if you give it to Nirmala ji, even he puts up to the ministry, it will be a due consideration. Unless nobody questions it, there's no possibility of a framework to be made available to us. So I suggest the roadmap is clear to all of us in terms of steel making and in terms of the four major supply chain partners, which is very well created here. Each of these supply chain partners are so crucial. Without either of them or each of them, we will be in trouble in terms of making that 500 million ton steel and $5 trillion economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijayji. May I request Chairman to just put in concluding remarks before we have the mementos. Yeah, you have concluded. Yeah, okay. Deshpande ji, then we'll have the customary presentation of the mementos to our dignitaries on the dais. So may I request Paushali to
thank you so much.
Call upon everyone to receive. I'll hand over the mementos to.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, panelists, for some enriching session. Of course, a token of appreciation and honor to our honorable moderator, Mr. D.P. Deshpande. Can we have some applause, please? Director, Acre India and ex-Managing Director of Tata Sponge Iron Limited.
Thanks for chairing a wonderful session.
To Mr. Vijay Sarathi Atreya Purapu, CEO, AVBA Consultancy Group. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Big round of applause. To Mr. Raghav Kabra, Chief Operating and Innovation Officer, Raghav Productivity Enhancers Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being in the session.
His father is a very good friend of mine. So it's a family relationship that we carry on.
To Mr. D.K. Saraugi, ex-CEO, Vulcan Steel.
Yeah.
Big round of applause.
Thank you, Saraugi ji. Thank you so much. Really
to
honored.
Mr. Ramesh Gerwal, CGM Mines, Sale, Villan Steel Plant. Thank you so much for being with us in this session.
Thank you.
And of course, applause for our panelists. And to Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorable Secretary General, AIIFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association.
Kamal ji, ekdam. So Kamal ji again, he is like a father figure to me. So I have shared a long legacy of relationship with him over the years. I always been. He said, "Prabhu karte hain sab kuch." So it is Prabhu's blessings that we are all here. Thank you, Kamal ji. Yeah, all of us will have a group picture of all of us together. Sir. Yeah. Oh, please come up.
A group photo.
Please
with
come.
all the panelists together and Nirmalya sir, of course, to keep the frame preserved.
Yeah. Wait, just a second. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, gentlemen, the tea coffee, high tea coffee with snacks is right there. And let's get back in about 15 minutes, if that's okay with you. 12:45, let's get back. So we're from 12:45 to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we'll stop for lunch. So 12:45, please try and get back by 12:45 so that we can start the session. Thank you, Deshpande ji, for chairing a wonderful session. Thank you so much. चाय और सैंडविच भी है आपके लिए.
Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check. Hello. 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 Check test. One. Hello. Hello. Check test. 1, 2. Ha.
And a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest
Check,
iron ore
low, check,
producers,
test.
but a
1,
story of
2,
leadership
low,
with a
check.
human touch.
Check, check. Low, low, check. Low, check, test. Check, low, hello, hello, check, 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 hello, 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 check, test, 1, 2, low, hello. Low, check, check, check.
From the depths of the
Low.
earth to the bottom of
Check,
hearts,
check.
NMDC has touched lives all around,
Check,
creating
low,
wealth,
check,
building
check.
sustainable
Hello,
opportunities, and working towards impacting lives
hello, check,
positively.
check. Hello, check, check.
NMDC,
1, 2,
harnessing
low,
Earth's
check.
goodness.
Hello, hello, ঠিক আছে? Hello.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements like commitment, compassion, a passion
Hello,
for
hello.
perfection,
Check,
and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow.
check.
That is NMDC.
Hello,
It's not just a pioneering
hello.
story of
Check,
one of
test.
the world's
1,
finest
2.
iron ore producers, but a
Hello,
story
hello.
of leadership with a
Check,
human touch.
check. ঠিক আছে? Hello, hello. Hello, check. Check. 1. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 check, test. 1, 2, low. Hello, hello. Check, check. 1, 2. Hello, check, test. 1, 1, 2.
From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all
Hello.
around, creating wealth,
Check,
building
check. 1,
sustainable
2.
opportunities, and working towards
Hello,
impacting
check.
lives positively.
Check. 1, 2. Low. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check.
NMDC,
1, 1, 2.
harnessing Earth's goodness. What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few
copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks
Hello.
of a modern world.
Hello.
Born in fire.
Check,
Protected by stone.
check. 1.
RHI
Hello,
Magnesita masters
check.
heat.
check.
We are a world
Check.
champion from
Hello,
Austria.
hello.
120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond.
Check.
Fireproof
1, 2.
for
Check.
extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot,
Check.
we
1.
are there.
Hello. Check. Check.
Innovation is our tradition.
Hello. Check.
200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world.
Check. 1, 2. Hello. Check.
From an Austrian
Check.
mining
1,
operation
2.
to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future. Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there.
Check.
Innovation is our tradition.
200
years. And digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes. Environment. Tomorrow. We ignite the future.
Hello. Check test 1, 2, 1. Hello. Check test 1, 1, 2, 1, 1.
Born in fire. Protected by stone.
Hello. Check test 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Check test 1, 1, 2.
Champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof.
Hello. Check
for
test
extreme
1, 2, 1. Hello. Check
Wherever
test.
it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition.
Hello.
200
Check
years of
test
experience
1,
have gone
2,
into our
1,
products,
1.
which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a
Hello.
global
Check test
technology leader,
1, 2, 1, 1.
keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future. copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production. Automated.
NRHR Stamp Coke Oven Design, WHR Power, Operations and Coal R&D, Stamp charge coke oven at lowest capex. Highest recovery WHR power. Lowest cost of metallurgy coke. Trusted NRHR coke oven design. Value added process. Quality products. Contact J. Roger Rama, Director, 099762102215. info@tvqcoke.com. TVQ Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. NRHR Stamped Coke Oven Design. WHR Power. Operations and Coal R&D. Stamp charge coke oven at lowest capex. Highest recovery WHR power. Lowest cost of metallurgy coke. Trusted NRHR coke oven design. Value added process. Quality products. Contact J. Roger Rama, Director, 099762102215. info@tvqcoke.com. TVQ
Welcome back, everybody. We'll be starting our next session. This will be a continued session from yesterday's, along with today's next session. As moderator, I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University. I would like to invite Sir on the dais. Can we have some applause, please? Speakers of this particular session would like to invite Mr. Devojyoti Moduli from JSW Steel Limited, Raigad Works. Would like to invite Mr. Proshenjit Das, Chief General Manager, Refractory Sale Bhilai Steel Plant. Would like to invite from Macon Limited, Mr. Showman Banerjee. Would like to invite Mr. P. Saravanan, Senior General Manager, Specialty Application R&D, Hindalco Industry Limited. Would like to invite Mr. Proshenjit Das, Chief General Manager, Refractory Sale Bhilai Steel Plant. Mr. Neeraj Mittal, Chief General Manager, IC Coal Import Cross Sale. Also would like to invite Mr. Lalu Prasad Malhar from Zirka Refractories on the stage. Also would like to invite Mr. D.P. Deshpande, sir, once again, Director, Accra India and ex-MD Tata Sponge Iron Limited. I would like to request our Honorable Moderator, Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, sir, to please start the session.
Good afternoon. We have before lunch around 70 minutes, I think. After 2:15, we can continue the session. And I would like to request all the speakers to be stick to the time which I am giving at, means 10 minutes of time. And he should complete his presentation or whatever he wants to say within 8 minutes, and we'll keep 2 minutes for, for the question and answer session. So I would once again request the speakers to stick to the timing which is given to you. And in the first session, we will be calling Devojyoti Modulu, JSW Limited, Raigad Steel. His topic is decarbonization initiatives in raw material utilization. Devojyoti, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dibyajyoti, joined by my colleagues from JSW Steel Raigad. I'm very excited to present on the topic today, that is the decarbonization initiatives in raw material utilization, handling and transport. So going forward, so this is just basically the abstract of my presentations, which is basically the sustainable raw material transportation, handling, substitution of fuel, and innovative processes. And these approaches are shaping the transition towards low carbon emission and in steel industries, and will be our focus today in this session. So this is the basically walkthrough into our presentation. Basically, you're starting from the background of what is decarbonization, what is the need of decarbonization, and going forward, we will be have a context of global and India, that what is the scenario of carbon emissions, and going forward, we will be discussing some key decarbonization initiatives and their challenges and some enablers. So this is basically the background, that decarbonization is not only the reduction of carbon emissions, but also in such a manner that the production, demand, and the cost that will not be hampered. So the background is that CO2 levels, the emission that was 427 parts per million in air, that was recorded in 2024, and which is projected to rise to 600 to 700 ppm by 2050 if business remains as usual. So steel industry accounts for 8 to 10% of CO2 emissions from all the CO2 emissions in global level, and that is 12% in India. So going forward, we have an overview of global and Indian context of CO2 emissions. So currently, CO2 emission in 2024 that was recorded, that was 37.4 gigaton of CO2 in absolute terms, which was in India was 2.79, which is nearly 7% of global CO2 level emissions. And the projection of CO2 level emissions up to 2050, that is 40 to 50 gigaton of CO2 emissions in global level, and in India that is projected around 7.8 gigaton. In steel sector, we can see the specific CO2 emissions, that is 1.89 ton of CO2 per ton of crude steel in global level, and in India it is around 2.55 ton of CO2 per TCS, which is higher than the global average in case of India. So in the next part, we can see that by 2030, we are saying that we will be expanding our steel production capacity to 300 million ton, which is currently 154 million ton rated capacity. But the concern is that the BF route, which has the current market share of 45%, 43 to 45%, that is also increasing. So as the market share is increasing in BF case, which is a higher emissive CO2 emission than EAF or IF, so that the CO2 specific emission is also increasing by 0.14 ton of CO2 from existing 2.55, which is concerning. And in global level, there are some targets that we have set, that is limiting our global temperature up to 1.5 degree above pre-industrial level temperature, and net zero target by 2050 in global level. So going forward, I would like to have an outlook of what JSW Steel focusing on its roadmap to net zero. And before that, I'll just have an outlook of JSW Steel portfolio. We have total 37.5 million ton capacity of steel production, including India and US. And the largest single-based location that is in our Bijanagar, which is 17.5 million ton of capacity. So going forward to the next part, this is a basic roadmap of how JSW Steel is focusing on framing its roadmap to net zero. Starting from in 3 phases, we are just focusing our roadmap. The first phase within in 10 year up to 2030, we are targeting to bring down the CO2 emissions below 2 ton of CO2 per TCS. And by 2040, we are targeting to bring it down to less than 1 ton of CO2 per TCS. And by 2050, it will be coming around less than 0.05 ton of CO2 per TCS. So major initiatives that will be taking place in this period, that will be the raw material charges optimization, some renewable energy sources and its infrastructure in the first phase. In the midterm phase, we will be focusing on electrification of existing equipment that is being currently working inside the plants, carbon capture and carbon cycling, which will be calling as the circulatory and the hydrogen integration systems. And up to 2050, we will be focusing on hydrogen production, storage, and the innovative metallurgy. So going forward, the next portion of the presentation is about decarbonization initiatives that. So before going into the decarbonization initiatives, I would like to say that there are two types of decarbonization initiatives that will be divided into. First one is raw material transportation and its handling, and the second one is the substitution of fuels and substitution of raw materials. So the first one that I would like to say that the maximization of raw material through rail transport, because currently, if we see all of the raw material transportation, not including means not only the steel part, but also the all of the raw material transportation. The road transportation covers 64% of the markets there, and rail is only 36%. So some of the initiatives that is being taking place to maximizing the rail transport, those are the dedicated freight corridor, which is nearly around 3,300 kilometers total dedicated freight corridor length, and some private freight terminals to avail the raw material transportation and shifting in particular private locations like JSW Steel and Adani are also working on it. And some of the other initiatives to increase the availability of rakes, those are general purpose wagon investment scheme, the GPWI scheme, to increase the availability of wagons and rakes for such private industries. Second part, I would like to say that the raw material transportation through pipelines in the slurry form, because it will totally eliminate the rail and road transport and totally eliminate all the transportation media, and the raw material like concentrate iron ore concentrate and iron ore fines that will be transported directly from mines to integrated steel plants in the form of slurry. So currently some projects I can say those are like the projects from Bailadila mines in Chhattisgarh to Visakhapatnam port, which is being taking place by AMNS, and some other projects like JSW slurry pipeline, nearly 302 kilometer lines from Nuagaon mines to Jatadhar port, Odisha. Some other initiatives like electrification of mining equipments, which is basically significantly saving GHG emissions and maintenance cost, also fuel cost than the diesel vehicles. So targeted area is the mining equipment where we can see the 50% CO2 reduction potential by 2050, and the diesel operated vehicles reduction target is 30 to 50% by 2030. The other initiative I would like to say that is the LNG, liquefied natural gas, which can be a sustainable alternate fuel in heavy duty transportation vehicles, and its impact is 20 to 30% reduction than the conventional diesel operated vehicles. So currently GAIL India is putting off $78 million in infrastructure of LNG stations to increase the availability of LNG and promote LNG vehicles for transportation of raw materials. In the next slide, you can see that biomass and biocarbon, which we'll be calling as the waste utilization, and biomass and biocarbon are the best source alternate fuels for power plants and blast furnaces. So biocarbon is basically biomass which has been pyrolyzed and which has been pyrolyzed, and the volatile material is being rejected. So net calorific value is around 4,000 to 6,800 kilocalorie per kg of a biocarbon, which is higher than the normal coal of GCV of the coal in India. And there is a huge availability of biomass is also there, nearly 500 million tons in India. And in the right side, you can see that the availability of biomass in India in different regions. So coming to the next part, this is about the substitution of raw materials and substitution of existing conventional processes like Hismelt and Hisarna, which is totally eliminating the process of sintering, pelletizing, beneficiations, and cooking process. It is using raw coal and iron ore fines to convert iron ore into the hot metal. So basically it uses hydrogen or oxygen, pure 100% oxygen, but the scope is very little as far as now, and it is emerging. Okay, okay. So next initiative I would like say, this is the other initiatives I have included in this, that is the carbon bank. Like it is just a platform to store and trade the carbon that all of the projects and initiatives that we are taking place in our plant, the carbon that is being saved from this, that can be accumulated in this bank. That amount can be traded through, and our cost of the product can be reduced. So this will be effective in case of, we say, CBAM, like the EU has imposed the penalty. So we can be avail this benefit in that case. So currently JSW Steel has initiated some greenest brand name, so that to ensure, so that to represent that which steel has been produced from green sources and from less emission route. So quickly we will be going through some challenges, like the high costs of raw materials and hydrogen that we will be talking about, and raw material constraint, and technical limitations for all the processes like coal and the coking coal. Next person will be, we can see that some of the policies and regulatory measures, like the CCTS, I would like to highlight the carbon trading scheme, which has been recently taken place by Government of India, and some other initiatives like technology adoption and in CCUs and USCs. Quickly moving forward, in the conclusion, I would say that stepwise CO2 reduction aligned with India's net zero 2070 goal, and tech innovations and adoption of hydrogen, DRI, and biochar are the first key steps to elevate our green steel or elevate our decarbonization initiatives. So finally, it is a call to action to all the investors, all the industries, to start with some low-lying fruit, so that we can quickly elevate, quickly expedite the decarbonization initiatives, rather than focusing on so this is my conclusion, and thank you.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation on decarbonization. I will take only one question if anybody has. Okay, moving ahead. I would like to call upon Mr. Abhinandan Majumdar, who is, I think, here present. Please do come here, and you will be presenting a paper on solution for support rollers. Please be seated. Excuse me. Please be seated here. Abhinandanji, please be seated. I will call you in the later. Thank you. I would like to call upon Mr. Rajiv Maitra, partner Deloitte. Okay, in the meantime, may I call upon the next speaker, who is Somen Banerjee from MECON, and his presentation will be on hydration problem and remedial measures of magnesia-based refractories in lime kiln application. So please be, yes, please stick to the time given to you. In the meantime, I would like to request this next presenter to get their presentation ready, so that there will not be any time lag. And the next presenter will be Mr. Prosenjit Das. So please be ready with the presentation. So it is taking one more time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Soumen Banerjee from Mecon Limited. My topic of presentation is hydration problem and remedial measures of magnesia-based refractories in lime kiln application. Generally, for lime calcination, two types of kilns are used. One is double shaft kiln, another one is annular shaft kiln. In both the kiln, combustion area, due to basic requirement, magnesia bricks are used. So why magnesia bricks are used in the combustion zone of lime kiln? Because first, as lime is basic in nature, so magnesia bricks are preferred due to its basic characteristics. Secondly, high thermal stability of magnesia bricks are used due to its better RUL, that is 1550 degrees centigrade. And third is refractoriness is much higher. It is around 2000 degrees centigrade. And corrosion resistance is also higher for magnesia bricks, and due to higher strength, it is also preferred. But magnesia-based refractories are preferred, although our concern is due to water. When it is mixed with water, it becomes hydrated. So how hydration reaction occurs? Magnesia with water around 40 degree to 120 degrees centigrade, it forms brucite. The density difference between magnesia and brucite is around magnesia density is 3.53 gram per cc. For brucite, it is 2.45 gram per cc, which causes volume expansion and degradation of refractory bricks and resulting failure in kiln linings. Actually, hydration occurs in 4 steps. First is formation of layer of chemically and physically absorbed water, and then diffusion of magnesia and hydroxyl ions in the layer of physically absorbed water, and then formation of the nucleation of brucite, and finally crystal growth of magnesia hydroxide. How it looks, you can see magnesia in the core density is 3.53 gram per cc, but in the periphery it forms magnesium hydroxide, wherein density is 2.45. And how crack formation you can see. Picture. You can see it is a lined lime kiln, wherein magnesia bricks are lined and kept more than 1 year, and how uneven surface occur due to hydration. You can see. So magnesia polycrystals disintegrates into single crystals when hydration occurs in 15 to 20%. And every time when hydration rate increases during dusting due to the formation of new surface is always prone to more exposure. And dusting continues until single crystal reach their ultimate size with no dusting in single crystal hydration. You can see from the picture, first polycrystal of magnesite, and then when it comes to water, due to hydration, it becomes smaller grains, and then finally disintegration into monocrystal, and finally dusting occurs. Since hydration starts from the surface, so making the specific surface area of magnesia crucial for the process. So fine magnesia particles with a large specific surface area have higher hydration rates, and open porosity of magnesia particles also significantly control hydration, because open porosity always attracts hydration. And solid magnesia reacts slowly with water vapor, while porous magnesia reacts with water condensed in micropores and absorbed in particles. So solid magnesia is always preferred. So raw material used as for preparing magnesia bricks, that is, one is sintered and another one is fused magnesia. So for sintered magnesia, porosity is higher, it is around 8 to 11%. For fused magnesia, porosity is lower, it is around 3 to 5%. And for sintered magnesia, crystal size is smaller. For fused magnesia, crystal size is larger. For sintered magnesia, you always know that higher surface area is there, and for fused magnesia, surface area is low. And because of that, for sintered magnesia, hydration rate is much higher, wherein for fused magnesia, due to higher resistance, so hydration rate is much lower. So what are the impurities and what are the effects? You can see for silica as an impurity magnesia raw material, silica reacts with magnesia and forms phosphatite at elevated temperature, and phosphatite works as a coating material to restrict contact with water, so resulting improvement in hydration resistance. So silica, small amount can be used in magnesia. And lime silica ratio is much important in magnesia raw material because lime silica can form montisilite and dicalcium silicate, which increase the hydration resistance. So use of lime silica ratio should not be more than 0.5%. Small amount of B2O3 can be used for hydration resistance because it forms glass along the grain boundaries. But B2O3 also had negative effects. It reduces hot strength and corrosion resistance. So its amount can be restricted up to 0.1%. Alumina as an impurities can also be used. Alumina in magnesia during burning forms spinel. You are aware of that, which precipitates along the grain boundaries during pruning. But spinel acts as a coating in periclase grain, enhancing hydration resistance. But that amount should be restricted to 2 to 4%. Up to that percentage, it is most effective. But when it exceeds 4%, hydration resistance decreases due to increased porosity, due to as spinel has a higher volume expansion. So at site, how intensity of the hydration we can measure. First sample should be taken, which should be around 2 kgs of weight, and it should be dried at 110 degrees centigrade up to 4 hours, and weight should be taken, and after that it should be heated up to 1050 degrees centigrade for 12 hours, and again weight should be taken. And the weight difference between these two specimens is measure of degree of hydration. If it is around 0.6% or it is less than 0.6%, then bricks are okay. But if it is 0.6 to 1%, so ignition loss is higher and there is a danger of hydration during heating up. And if it is more than 1%, this material cannot be used. We had observed in different steel plants, there are failures due to hydration in lime kiln application. In one steel plant, we had seen that materials were supplied long back and kept for 1 year and then erected. And after erection, it collapsed automatically. And in another steel plant, we had supplied but not erected. It kept at stored, but even after storing, material were damaged. And in third steel plant, kept and applied, and after application, during heating up, bricks collapsed. So
2 more minutes.
Sir?
2 more minutes. You have another 2 minutes only to
sir.
complete.
So you can see the test results of the samples. Sample 1, 2, 3 we had taken. One is fresh bricks and another 2 is sample taken from the collapsed material. You can see the cracks of the samples. So test results of the collapsed bricks, you can see LOI is much higher. It is around 1.1 to 1.15, wherein specification, as per specification, it should be less than 0.6%. But when sample taken, where is no hydration occur, you can see its LOI value is 0.2 to 0.25. Wherein CCS value is 360 for hydrated samples, and for no hydration, it is around 460, wherein specification is 450. Similar in hydration, another we have tested for whitish hydrated bricks. Apparent porosity is around 18 to 20%, wherein BD is 2.8 to 2.9, CCS is 350 to 400. And for properly stored material, it is around AP is 15 to 17%, BD is 2.9, and CCS value is around 500 to 600. And ignition loss is around 2.5 to 0.3%. So you can see the difference. Now magnesia bricks are replaced with high alumina bricks, And specification of the bricks are around 60 to 65% alumina with Fe2O3 content is 1.2 to 1.5%. You can see wherein combustion zone alumina bricks are used. Kilns lined with alumina bricks. Now steel plants are trying to improve the here with alumina bricks, and even corundum bricks are also used in the arch area. Here you can see this area magnesia bricks were replaced by high alumina corundum bricks. And even to avoid hydration, bituminous coating is also there. And finally, our conclusion and possible solution. So porosity and grain size of the magnesia significantly improve hydration, significantly impact hydration resistance. So raw materials should be selected accordingly, and longer exposure with humid atmosphere should be avoided. Proper transportation storage should be kept, and replacement of magnesia brick is suitable, high alumina and corundum bricks. Okay, thank you.
I don't think we have time for any question answers. So if any questions are there, we can discuss upon the lunch. So next speaker is Mr. Prosenjit Das, Chief General Manager, Refractory, Sale Bhilai Plant. I would request the next speaker to be ready with his presentation, who is Neeraj Mittal, Chief General Manager in charge, Coal Import Group, Sale. Please. Sir, please stick to your time. Keep the next presentation also ready so that, you know, may I read up on the presentation so that you can keep it in a folder so that you can directly take it.
Good afternoon, everybody in the dais, and also my ladies and gentlemen, senior to me and my colleagues. Myself, Prosenjit Das, Chief General Manager, Refractory, Bhilai Steel Plant. So I have emphasized on the matter that whatever refractory we are using, how to get the life of the refractory, because it is a journey. Until and unless we increase the life of the ladle, because most 80% of the refractories they are using in SMS, steel melting shop, if we cannot increase the ladle life, then the survival of the refractory companies will be difficult. So the topic is role of operating conditions on performance of steel ladle refractory lining and future lining materials. So these are the these are the So in Bhilai steel plant, two steel melting shops are there. In SMS2, capacity 2 million ton. There are three converters, 130 by 110 ton, three ARU, two LF and one VAD, two RH, and 34 steel ladders and six transfer ladders, and six casters. There is two are bloom casters and four are slab casters. And in SMS3, 4 million ton capacity, three converters, 165 by 180 ton, three ARU, three LF, one RH, 27 ladders and 8 charging ladders and 4 casters, as it is seen in the slide. So, how we have started our journey in SMS2, this slide shows this, and how we can got that result, that are also there in the next slides, that we have started our journey from 56.39 ladle life, average ladle life in the year of 2018-19, and now we have achieved 2024-25, it is 90.76, and also we have got a ladle life of 136 in the month of February in SMS2. In SMS3 also, we have started our journey from 19 live, and now we have reached to 83.9. Yes, these are the operating parameters which are affecting the steel ladle life. That is ladle preheating, ladle preparation, metal holding time, that is tap to cast time, caster end to tap start time, that is the most valuable parameters in order to get the ladle life, tapping temperature, turndown temperature, slag basicity, alumina silica kiln steel, and use of slag modifier, which is synthetic slag, and arcing time. Operating parameters affecting the steel ladle life, that is purging status, RH treatment, ladle fleet size, how many ladles we have kept in the fleet, efficient tapping practices, heat return, skull, return ladle, as we know, mouth jump removal, the way of removing the mouth jump, proper top plate fixing, and manual dismantling of BPR ladle. So, as in Bhilai steel plant, we have kept our preheating schedule like this, that we have started the preheating up to 15 hours. We have kept it 1075, and we soak the ladle up to 1075 temperature. So it will allow to expand the ladle and make the ladle joined with each other, and it will not loosen. So we have all the burner lines, CO2 lines, we have modified, changed, and these are the ladle heating system which is prevailing in Bhilai steel plant. The preheating guidelines are there, which is already seen in the slides. That is, if we don't maintain these preheating guidelines, there will be some problem. There will be some loosening of the brick in the middle layer and also from the bottom layer. So it is very much necessary to maintain the preheating guideline. And after preheating, the ladle should not be upside down, and it must be kept vertical as maximum as possible during its new lining time. So metal holding time, that is tap to cast time, we have kept this type of in bloom caster it is 3 hours 30 minutes, and in SMS3 it is 2 hours 15 minutes to 2 hours 30 minutes, as it is slab and billet. So caster end to tap start time, that is the most valuable parameter to make the ladle heating, because until and unless the ladle is heated and it gives a minimum temperature, standard temperature, otherwise the ladle bricks will definitely eroded or loosened and will not get the expected result which are required to be done. So these are the ladle preparation practice in Bhilai steel plant. There are some clips are there. And there are slag basicity in SMS2 it is 1.7 to 2, and in SMS3 silicon kiln steel it is 1.4 to 1.7, and we are continuously in the journey to increase the slag basicity in both the SMS. Ladle arcing time is one of the most critical factor which improves the lining of the ladle, and it can also decrease the ladle lining. In SMS2 we maintain 25 minutes, in SMS3 it is the number of hits makes more and 15 minutes arcing time is maintained. And good practices, that is slag covered in the ladle while arcing, enough amount of slag with less oxides, proper arc length, effective and efficient purging, and less arcing time optimization. And if it is not there, bad chemistry, high FEO, the ladle life will not give the same result. Purging status, now we have come less than 1% purging failure in both the SMS. If the ladle purging failure is there, then the ladle will again go to the converter and the lining will be affected. Earlier purging failure was 8% in SMS2, and now it has come down. And there are a lot, these are the pictures in the bottom, that how the purging status is maintained, how the leakage is detected, and if there is any problem, that plug is changed by the new plug. This is the RH degasser heats, that is RH. In RH we maintain 15 to 18 minutes, and SMS2 and SMS3 both. In SMS3 most of the rail steels are goes through RH, so 40% steel goes from RH, and in SMS2 it is 15 to 18% the steel goes to RSM, that is old rail mill. The fleet size of the ladle is very important, because until and unless we maintain a optimum ladle in the fleet and it does not circulate at least 5 to 6 times in a day, we won't get the expected result from the ladle. So the heat return nowadays it is 0.044%. Previously it was very high. As we increased our journey, as we gone to our journey forward, we have reduced the heat return to 0.044. The reason is quality of steel not as per norm, caster match not matched, ladle machine breakout, red spot, purging issue, ladle load and RH down. Mouth jam removal, previously we were done through knocking, but after that this knocking facility for removing the mouth jam, it hampers the other bricks which are in the backward place of the ladle. Now we have kept the new practice of ladle, and now only the mouth jam is getting removed. We have maintained a good practice. We have initiated this practice, that to maintain a proper retainer plate top of the ladle, so that no brick loosens during mouth jam or during preheating, and it increases the ladle life also. The earlier practice was there were no retainer plate, and after that we have developed that practice, that to maintain a uniform retainer plate in the ladle. The manual dismantling of the repair ladle is in the machine, it is taking much more time, and in the new process manually it gets ejected only the area which is required. This is a animation how the ladle lining is getting done.
So I need to complete.
Okay. So the design of the ladle is like this: insulation, pre-insulation, safety, backfiling and wear lining. Defining the problem, where the problem is there, we used to fall the bricks and then repair it. And there are a lot of plan and initiatives which we have taken to increase the ladle life of SMS2, that is alumina, magnesia, carbon bricks, which we give in the bottom and trunnion plate to resist the flow of metal in the beginning. SMS3 also, we have increases the slag layer level ladle length from 8 inches to 9 inches, and also the magnesia carbon bricks in the metal zone, which reduces the size of the safety bricks and has initiated the lead of the improvement of overall ladle life without affecting the volume of ladle. So there are a lot of action we have taken to increase the ladle life. That is the in SMS3 also the fixed top plate of 50 mm normal top plate, which gives a very good ladle life in our SMS. In torpedo ladle, now we have increased the guaranteed life from 1300 to 1500 hits. In we are using now, it is a very good initiative which we have taken. Instead of normal new bricks, we use the salvage broken residual magnesium carbon bricks to repair the ladle, and which saves the 2.23 crore cost for the overall plant. So this is just calculation how much amount of brick as using salvage bricks we have saved. It is 4 crore 97 lakh 1,420 rupees, which we have saved by using salvage bricks instead of newly purchased brick. So these are the strategy how we have increased the RH lining, how we have increased the lime clean life. It is the throughput contracted was 3 lakh million ton. Now it is giving 5 lakh million ton, 5 lakh ton in RMP 3 of Bhilai. The use of salvage brick also, I have told that we are using salvage brick for the container where the after casting the metal and slag is dumped. So these are the some graphs. The down ladles per month, it is being down from 32 to 13. And the ladle life.
Sir, I'm afraid you have to stop, please.
Okay.
It is your time is over. Just conclude.
Okay.
Just conclude it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will call upon the next speaker, which is Neeraj Mittal, Chief General Manager in charge, Coal Import Group Sale. Sir, your presentation is ready, I think.
Good afternoon, esteemed members on the dais, esteemed audience and organizers. I'll run you through my topic, which is meeting coking coal requirements for Steel Authority of India Limited. Basically, I'll be presenting the demand and availability outlook. Something is wrong with this. previous one. Yeah, anything which starts with coking coal has to start with steel. So I have tried to show that how the Indian steel consumption, which is likely to be robust if we see a long-term projection from current projections of 8% of the overall world production to 16% in 2050. And if you see the consumption growth in steel, India is in the bright spot again with the larger green bar. A slight overview on the Indian steel industry. If you see the per capita consumption, India is today at around 87 kg, which is slated to go up to 160 kg by 2030. And the demand portion, of course, our national steel policy says that we have to reach to a level of 300 million ton capacity. These are some of the projections. These are some of the thoughts that we were talking of 300 million tons. Today, there are talks of 330 million tons capacities. And with a presumed production, crude steel production of around 280 million tons. And the coking coal projection is likely to be around 130 to 140 million tons. Now, before proceeding to sales requirements, see the global coal landscape. Today, the world consumes around 1.1 billion tons of coking coal, which is likely to go up to 1.14 slightly. And in the long run, due to decarbonization efforts, of course, it depends upon the way how decarbonization proceeds. It's likely to go down to 0.68 billion tons. And if you see the demand drivers, of course, China with a steel production of almost 1 billion tons consumes 67% of the global coking coal. And of course, China produces the largest coking coal, I mean, up to 58% of the global production. Indian demand is at 7% currently. Of course, it will grow. And supplies, amongst the suppliers, Australia is at 44%. It's a slight detailed breakdown because coking coal itself is too generic. It's hard coking coal, soft coking coal, and PCI coal. If we see the bars on the right-hand side, the Indian consumption, you see, it widens gradually. So amongst all this, the major thing what this slide wants to say is that India will be a largest consumer of coking coal as well as PCI coals in times to come. And if you see the supply outlook, obviously Australia at number 1, it will continue to be at number 1. And whereas Mongolia and Russia are expected to catch up slightly. The bar charts on the right again depict the same thing, the trend which I have explained to you. This is an interesting slide which sums up everything. Of course, we say that the metallurgical coal supply will be sufficient, but if we see the prime hard coking coal supply, that is going to be the tricky part. All the steel producers will have to make, steel producers producing through the blast furnace route will have to make effort to maintain their supplies of prime hard coking coal. Whereas we also presume that tier 2 coking coals will even in the long run will be in sufficient supply. And similarly, PCI coals will also be a struggle because of the fact that only 2 countries, Australia and Russia, have the majority amount of PCI coals. Now we come to India's vision. I've already talked about steel from current 144 million tons to 500 million tons. And our current demand of coking coal around metallurgical coal around 80 million tons to 135 million tons by 2030, and maybe to somewhere between 150 to 190 tons by 2050. Steel production continues to grow, and the coking coal demand will continue to grow because it's primarily to the BF route. This is a reproduction from the mission coking coal, talking about indigenous coal. The government is trying to increase the availability of domestic coals, domestic coking coal, as well as the washery capacities. However, even if we consider blending of 25% of domestic coal, you see the right-hand side bottom chart, there'll still be a shortfall of around 60 million tons. I'm sorry, there'll be no shortfall in case of the first slide. In case of the additional blending, there's likely to be a shortfall. India's domestic production, coking coal production, carrying forward from the earlier slide, it's slated to go up. It's planned to go up from 60 million tons of coking coal to 125 million tons by 2030, with a washed, that's the unwashed coal. The total is 140. The washing capacity is likely to be around 15 million tons. And similarly, in case of metallurgical coal imports, going by the trend in the domestic coals, the imports are likely to be around 115 million tons by 2030, and going up to between 120 to 160 million tons in the long run. I'll just skip this slide. This is a trend of Indian coking coal and PCI coal imports. If you see, the quantum has been increasing year to year as per the steel production. And we understand that dependence on Australia will continue even in the long run, especially for the prime hard coking coals. And if we see the data for the country, as well as for Steel Authority, Russia has emerged as one of the key suppliers of PCI coals to the steel industry, which is literally ended Australia's dominance. Coming to Steel Authority now, this is the kind of coal we have imported in the last few years. In the last years, 14 million tons in 1920 to almost 16 million tons in 24-25. And if we see the breakup of the components, hard coking coals are around 60%, soft coking coals are 21%, PCI coals are around 11 to 12%. This is the interesting slide again. This shows the effort which the country has made in diversifying its imports, reducing dependence on Australia, and diversifying the imports to various geographies. The first slide is the coking coal. If you see the dark blue bar is Australia, and how the Australian dependence has come down, and which is more important in case of PCI coals. The Australian supply has come to even less than 50% in the recent years. This is all more important because the steel industry needs to de-risk its dependence on only one geography, one major geography for coking coal. Going by the same trend, we have tried to show how SAIL has also diversified its procurement of coking coal. In a similar way, although in the hard coking coal category, we still continue to be dependent on Australia. But in case of soft and PCI coals, our dependence on Australia has reduced considerably. If you see the last bar, especially PCI coals, We were 100% dependent on Australia. Today, we are almost 60% on other than Australia. This is a projection of steel authorities' requirements of metallurgical coal. If we consider, say, 2930, our requirements of PCI coals will be around 5 million tons. And coking coal, imported coking coal, I'm talking about imported coal only, 21 million tons. And with a projected hot metal production of around 30 million tons. How we have gone through this diversification effort, how we have developed new sources.
Sir, need to conclude.
Yeah, sure, sir. We have an expression of interest. We invite new suppliers. We encourage new suppliers to come in. It's a transparent policy available on our website, saletenders.co.in. Anybody can download this expression of interest, and new suppliers are encouraged to participate in our procurement process for the newer coals. We have global tenders also. We have a robust assessment process, how to take in the coals. We have defined specifications. We have elaborate testing centers at our Ranchi Research and Development Center. And we encourage even our existing coal suppliers to offer us new coals to help us in our diversification effort. This is our international strategy also. We are getting coals from our joint venture in ICVL in Mozambique. We are exploring the possibility of some kind of acquisition in Australia. And obviously, we are all the PSUs, we are talking about getting coal from Mongolia. This is a part of technical spec. I'll skip it, sir. Thank you, sir. That is all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking to the time. So without much spending any time, may I call upon Lalu Prasad Malhar from Zirkar Refractories. Sir, please stick to your time. I'm requesting.
Respected dignitaries, industry leaders across the India, academic officials, students, and my colleagues and friends. A warm good afternoon to all of you, and special thanks to Steel and Metallurgy for giving opportunity to Zirkar India Limited to present a paper. And myself, Lalu Prasad Malla, the product lead of flow control product in Zirkar Refractories Limited. And today's my topic is improvement of steel quality through right material and suitable application of continuous casting refractory. Basically, my presentation is divided into 4. What are the challenges we have faced in steel industry and how we overcome this process? So first, have a look our company profile. So basically, Zirkar Refractories Limited, the name, it is unknown to the steel industry, but we are the market leader in the non-ferrous industry. It is aluminum die casting, brass, ferrous, zinc, and everywhere we are the market leader. More than 70% to 80% share we are with Zirkar Refractories Limited. The name of Zirkar, it is Z for the zirconium and CAR for the carbon. It is symbolized of the high-end product, specialized products. If in the refractory industries, you have refractory officials who know in the zirconium is the critical materials and the carbon is the critical materials. So our company's name profile is that Zirkar belongs to that. And it is situated in Gujarat, the western part of India, where our Prime Minister's city is more than only 40 kilometers. It's the city name. It is Mehsana in Gujarat. And our product is crucibles, mainly the crucibles and the flow control products. So these are the crucibles we are manufacturing in silicon carbide routes, clay graphite routes, both are. And this is not an industry like small crucibles. We are a big crucibles for the industrial furnace, and more than 1 ton, 2 ton capacity of the metal we can holding and melting in these crucibles. There is a various type of crucibles in aluminum die castings and the gold, silver, everywhere we are manufacturing these crucibles. And this is one success story. It is the two products, that is converter, ladle and segment. It is to make for the ductile iron, for the magnesium treatment we have done. There is a two products we are developed for the iron industry. And this is ingot sleeve and stopper. This is a foreign, mostly the graphene technology used in the manufacturing of rail wheels. There is two plants is there. One plant is Bangalore RWF rail wheel factory, and another plant is Bella. And more than 2 lakhs to 4 lakhs wheels they are manufacturing. And from last 25 years, we are supplied to them. There is the two products. This is upon bottom purchasing. So you are these are the two products. And not only there is a stopper, this is a very conventional and old process for manufacturing and casting of this steel. And this is what are using the pencil box. The lead what we have used in the pencil, our crucibles and our product is used for melting and holding these products. So our manufacturing facility is automatic weighing systems with the weight plow mixture, edis mixture, advanced machineries we are available with, you can see in the slow slides. So these are the good presses, and this you are the biggest press in India. The length is around 3.8 meter and 1.2 meter of the dia, because we are manufacturing big crucibles. So isostatical crucibles in our factory. So this is our big presses available, and the progress in the CCR is, the CCR means the continuous casting refractories. We are more than 450 types of drawings are available, and the 350 types of exported and CCR customers, and 2 lakh pieces so far we are manufacturing in our process. And the supply of big 2000 mm height and 100 kilo weight of the MBS we are manufacturing. So the progress of this we summarize this presentations in the company profiles. That means we are new to the steel industry, but we solved the ferrous industry, means the non-ferrous industry. We worked on thermal conductivity, thermal shocks, corrosion, erosion, what are used in the steel industry. We have the experience. So this is my idea to present these slides. So basically, this is a continuous casting. Come to the main topic. So everywhere there is a challenges. So now we are discussing the steel is produced for induction route, but the upcoming trend will come. The each and every product should be casted through closed casting systems. The trend will become recently. So there is a challenges in the every operational industry is one to cost reductions, rejection controls, process efficiency. So you need the closed casting system in the steel industry. So this is a basically a systematic diagram how the continuous casting refractories with different design, with different concepts they have used. One, there is a directly nozzle system in the middle, we can see. There is a conventional products like LS, MBS, SCN, there is a second route. And another route, there is a Tondis slide gate system. Now they are coming with Bhilai steel plants and Bokaro steel plants. They are already in the process. There is a, and this is only for increase the productivity in the fastest way and reduce the rejections. So basically, it's the steel slab defects. There is a very defect. This is due to refractories, due to process, due to casting maybe. So this is a very a diagram where the slab defects will be there. So I will summarize. Comes to the refractory. So there is, I will categorize 3 products. So one is contamination due to refractory non-metallic inclusions, which come with our refractory. and there is a cracking issues because of the homogenization of the steels and there is a nitrogen pickup and the reoxidation of the things. So if you origin of this problem, so there is a if there is a gap during the casting system, oxygen is interrupted, so there is a impact on the steel quality. And if there is our refractory materials, it is not included in our steel, so there is a chances because of the hot rolling and cold rolling, the chips will be come out and there is a chances of problem. And the our refractory it is not good applied and good applications, so there is a chances of inclusions, like if you, for example, if the spray mass is there, if Tondis is not heated properly, there is a water content is there, so there is a slab blowholes will become. So there is a different aspect due to, so I will summarize in the slab defects is related to the refractory parts. So we have studied and analyzed one of the steel plant. We have studied and analyzed, study the operation of the castings, collecting the operation data, steel chemistry, and collection of the existing drawings, and understanding the requirement of the customers, and monitor the existing applications. And I will share this. This is a real West scenario where we have used our technology, our process with our application to solve the customers' defects and without any inclusions. So this is, they have give us a, there is a plant, there is single slab casters, and width is around 600 to 1300. And the thickness is 140 to 200, so the length is 5 to 5. This is basically the operation data of a Tondis technical of the steel plant. And they give us a bill of materials, like 1 to 12. There is a series of bill of materials they have provided us. And each and every bill of material we have studied, and what are the impacts in steel due to our materials. For example, if the ladle shroud is without shrouding, so there is a chances of oxidation issues. So if there is a monoblock stopper in our the product, if there is an erosion issue, so there is a mold level fluctuation is there. So if the stopper pin is not good, so there is a chances of alignment issue in the monoblock stoppers. So there is a sub-entry nodules. If there is a port angle is different, so there is a chances of bias flow in the mold. There is a mold level fluctuations is there. If there is a casting powder will be not solidified and it is not, there is a layer is there, it is interrupt to the steels. So, and another product that what we have, that is a Tondis furniture, like Tondis well block, dam, ware. There is the application to control the flow of the steels and control the inclusions part of the steel and the slag penetration to control the slag penetration. If the design and the material is not good, so there is a chances of refractory failure. Once the refractory failure means the series of the production process of the steel industry will be, because this is the end product. If something is because the single stand caster, if anything caster is disrupted, the LRF, AOD, VOD, and everything will be problems. So there is some problems I have included. So you can see in the first picture, so there is a, this is related to the application problems where we have, yes, there is a application issues. We can see in the first picture there is a line and there is a gap, and the second picture we saw in the steel is penetrated to the well block, and third picture there is a erosion in the MBS, and there is an the fourth peak, there is a chances of slippage because of the motor issues, and the fifth picture is the what we have the Tondis furniture, it is totally eroded. Eroded means that once the whole portion of the refractory material will come to the steel, so there is a chances of non-material inclusions. So we have designed on the solution. First we will plan how to the bill of material is will executed. So there is we will design our own product with the help of our technical teams, and will approve to the customers. The existing drawings and design we can change, and the process also change with our end, how it is suitably to our refractory material to the steel industry to overcome the problems. And we have given the solutions, Zirkar's solutions. Because of the time limit, I will not go with each and every. So there is a solutions, and each and every product we can identify and give the solutions. And the application also will take with our scope. We'll do our application in that means the supply and applied is within our hand. So we'll do our application with a advanced manner. So that is the conclusion is that the first time it is not, it is the first experience for us for a stainless steel industry to execute the total tundis management. And we have got successfully completed our 35 sets of total tundis management. And the slag deposition is minimal. The MBS erosion is negligible, and negligible corrosion and the steel blend of the zirconia. And the development work is going on, and further development is required on the wear. So we are identified. And what the 35 sets of 20 were casted, well, collected the final end data with the steel plant, with the hot rolling and cold rolling data, and the steel gradient found that there is no inclusions found with our material. So this is our my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Abhinandan Majumdar, Application Engineering Expert, SKF India Limited. Sir, please stick to your time. Already
definitely.
running by very late.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, Chairman. My name is Abhinandan Majumdar. I am from Application Engineering of SKF India Limited. So as many of you might know that SKF is a pioneer in manufacturing of rolling bearings, and rolling bearings form an integral part of all manufacturing processes, all heavy industrial manufacturing processes, including iron and steel manufacturing. So this paper is regarding a particular application, which is the kiln, the rotary kiln, which is a very important part of the raw material processing in steel plants. So SKF has a solution for the same. So I will try to take you as briefly as possible due to the shortage of time through this, and try to explain to you what the solution exactly is. So like we know that this is a rotary kiln, and in this rotary kiln what we have is that we have a very stringent operating conditions of these rotary kilns. That is, they operate in very high temperature, very extreme temperatures, and sometimes they have misalignments. That is, the kilns misalign, and there are various loads acting on the support rollers. There are various kinds of loads are acting on the support rollers. They operate in a very slow speed, and there are heavy vibrations, and they are of very large sizes. So these are the basic challenges which we face in terms of mechanical engineering design of these kilns, and they need to be supported by the support rollers. This heavy load of the kilns have to be supported by support rollers, and these support rollers are intact supported by the bearings. So this is the type of bearing which is used in rotary kilns. So this is a spherical roller bearing, like we know, and SKF has this special spherical roller bearings for rotary kilns, which we call the explorer bearings. And in these explorer bearings, we have mainly a central flange which guides the rollers in a very proper direction. So this is a special feature of this bearing for these rotary kilns. And we have the various designs. So these are the various designs: CA, ECA, CSC, etc. So what is Explorer? SKF Explorer is a special design feature which is incorporated in these bearings for the rotary kilns. Like there is reduction of friction, less heat generation for the bearings. There is increased hardness of the bearings. The geometry of the bearings is optimized. Then there is very high steel quality, very high steel grade, which is used in these bearings. Very high quality of chromium steel, which is used in these bearings, and they are enabled to withstand very heavy radial and axial loads. Apart from that, what we have advantage over the competition is that we have the floating guide ring principle, which SKF has, in which the central guide ring, it has a property of flotation, which normally the other competition bearings they don't have. So this is the floating guide ring principle. Now this enables actually in very good load distribution. That is, the axial load is distributed through the rollers and not through the central rib. So this has a very good distribution property of the loads. And in turn, it helps you to prevent various types of failures. So this is one important failure which happens, that is the breakage of the inner ring. So this inner ring breakage is prevented by the distribution, the even distribution of the loading in the bearings. Apart from that, SKF manufactures these bearings in bainitic hardened steel. Like in contrast to martensitic hardened steel, it has tensile stresses on the surface, which are very prone to crack propagation. But in this case, SKF makes these bearings in bainitic hardened steel. So bainitic hardening is a longer process than martensitic hardening, a more complex process. And in this process, we have compressive stresses on the surface, which prevents crack propagation. So this is some of the illustrations of how propagation is prevented by the bainitic hardened steel. You can see in the photographs. So another important variant of steel which SKF is using in this particular type of bearing, it is called the expired steel. So this is a very high chromium steel, and this steel has molybdenum and manganese in it, which increases the hardness of the steel by 1 to 3 HRC without compromising on the toughness. And this is called the expired steel, which is SKF's patented technology. So this is SKF's offering for support rollers. So we have entire support roller assemblies which we are offering, and these support roller assemblies, we have done the extensive finite element analysis of these support roller assemblies, and after that we manufacture the entire support roller assembly, including the bearings and the housing arrangements. So which is a very complex process. So SKF is pioneering in this. So that is mainly from my side. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sticking to the time. Thank you. Last but not the least, Mr. Rajiv Maitra, partner Deloitte. Please.
So very good afternoon to all of you. I think I am between you and this session is between the lunch. So I'll not take much time, but dignitaries on the dais, chairman of the session, dignitaries of the dais, delegates, thanks for this opportunity. I think I really like to thank Steel and Metallurgy. I've been associated with Steel and Metallurgy for the last almost 15 years. So quite fond memory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about, how the metallics scenario is going to evolve. So there are a few questions I would leave the audience with here in terms of 2047, because there are multiple scenarios and we believe would emerge, and there are pushes and pulls. Pushes in terms of decarbonization, and on the other hand, you have growth. Of course, growth in terms of how capacity growth will happen. There are also some of the steel players, and many of them are facing some headwinds in terms of margins, in terms of capex expansion. So some of the capex expansion is also slowing down in the next couple of years. Whichever has gone ahead, it will complete, but new capacity expansions are going to be slower in the next few years. So all these scenarios are unfolding. So I will talk about it in the next few minutes. So this is basically a snapshot of the global steel industry. And if you look at the global steel industry, barring India, all the geographies, they are declining in terms of production. So overall, if you look at the last 5 years, the steel industry globally has declined to the tune of 1.5%. And of course, India is the only country which is growing at around 7-8% over the last 5 to 10 years. And we are seeing multiple headwinds globally. So one is, of course, there is a push towards tariffs. And of course, US is leading the charge at this point of time in terms of putting tariffs. Then, of course, there is anti-dumping duties in some of the geographies. There is also a push towards hydrogen, in usage of hydrogen in and biochar in the operations, usage of EAF, and also I think there is also one of the trends we are observing is there is push and restrictions on scrap trade. So that's going to be more prevalent going forward because all the countries they are looking at reducing emissions, reducing footprint, and scrap would be one of the major source of footprint reduction. And very interestingly, I mean, we looked at the data, and so the top 6 countries globally is from China. On the right hand side, if you see the chart, they're from China, and this is the production they did last year in 2024. The only company from India is Tata Steel. It's produced almost 30 million tons globally. It's a global number, not the Indian production. Of course, ArcelorMittal is there leading the charge beside the Chinese companies. So given the scenario that we have from a global perspective, India is at the cusp of growth. So last year, the consumption grew by almost 13% in terms of FY23 to FY24. This year also is looking relatively good. And also, I think some of the consumption drivers we are seeing in terms of infrastructure spending by government, manufacturing. There's a PLI scheme which is being relaunched, across sectors and including steel. There's also rural to urban transformation we are seeing. India today is almost 36% urbanized. If I look at China, it's around 63% urbanization. So the urbanization would grow rapidly, and thereby there's a need for construction that is happening not only in the rural areas, but also in the semi-urban areas as well. And if you look at per capita consumption of steel, now the number is higher. It's almost 100 compared to global average of almost 230 odd. So clearly, I think there's a lot of growth happening, and we believe that demand growth will continue to happen because India is a domestic-led economy, steel economy. Now, this is an interesting chart. This tracks, this is from the Global Steel Plant Tracker, and it tracks how the investments are happening in the steel, technology type. So if you look at on the top chart, it's talking about the operating iron making capacity, and then on the bottom chart, it's steel making capacity. So clearly, if you see, China, very incidentally, China has almost 90% blast furnace in their overall mix of things. But if you look at India, the domination of blast furnace is going to continue. 68% crude steel production is to the blast furnace in India. And because the blast furnace in India and people are continuing to invest in blast furnace, the vintage is going to take some time. India is almost 19 years, China is 13 years. Global average of blast furnace for, if I were to retire it, it's around 25, 30, 40 years. So clearly blast furnace is going to continue. That's one premise. The second is there is a reduction in the share of coal-based DRI. People are moving to blast furnace investments. There is also expansion happening in coal gasification to a limited extent. So those are the two trends we are seeing in India per se. And that will kind of determine how your metallics demand is going to going forward proliferate. So if you look at on the chart on the left, it talks about the iron ore consumption. FY24, the iron ore consumption in the steel and overall it was around 233 million tons. The pellet consumption, that's a good trend that we are seeing. The pellet consumption is growing at around 11%. The iron ore consumption is growing at 3%. So there's a lot of focus now on using low-grade iron ore and beneficiation and then pelletization. So that's a good trend. Though the pellet capacity in India today is almost 136 million tons versus production of 84 million tons. On the bottom chart, if you see, this is basically the scrap. So if you look at the total scrap demand in India is around almost 36 million tons. We are producing or we are sourcing almost 25 million tons. The gap today is around 10 million tons roughly. But this gap is going to grow significantly because we need more scrap. We don't have scrap in India. And I also said in the previous slide that globally scrap trade is getting restricted. All the economies, they are looking at restricting scrap trade because they want to hoard the material. It's of future. So these are the things. And of course, government is pushing for scrap usage to promote circular economy. So that's a good good trend. And the other aspect, I spoke about decarbonization. So clearly, we are seeing in terms of the steel making would be different in 2047. So today, looking at the conventional process, people are talking about CCUS, people are talking about scrap recycling and putting more scrap. They're talking about more hydrogen injection in the blast furnace. But 2047, we may have a scenario where we'll have green hydrogen viable. Today, the green hydrogen price is around $4 to $5. The viability is around $1 to $2. So going forward, there may be a situation where the green hydrogen is viable, and thereby we need different type of metallics, right? We need more scrap, we need more pellets. So one of the scrap forecast, we got various government forecast. It says that 50% of the consumption would be for of metallics would be supplied by scrap. That means we had looked at two scenarios. One is that 500 billion tons of capacity by 2047, which is a stated vision. 80% capacity utilization. That means 400 million tons of production, and half of that or requirement, half of that will be from scrap. And government has already make a scrappage policy, the reverse charge mechanism, steel scrap recycling policy. These are all good measures. But when we look at the crude steel production forecast by 2047, so today we are looking at almost, so Deloitte published a study with ISA last year. Deloitte, the forecast is Indian crude steel production would vary from almost 190 to 225 to 230 million tons by FY30. So it will not be reaching the stated NSP targets because of various issues, demand not growing, as well as the capacities not growing to the extent. So if that is the purpose, and we are looking at 2047, 500 million tons, and the optimistic case, base case is 450 million tons. That means the total, there may be two scenarios. One is the base metallics requirement is, if you look at iron ore, 30% iron ore, 50% scrap, and 40% iron ore, 30% scrap, and 30% pellets, versus the optimistic case, which the government stated purpose, 50% scrap usage. That means iron ore requirement will go down, pellet requirement will go up. So these are various scenarios we're looking at, and it will all depend on that whether we are meeting the scrap targets, which are required for expanding domestic capacity. The local scrap supply primarily comes from shipbreaking and end-of-life goods, but we actually need a more, I would say, uniform and streamlined supply of scrap. And scrap shortages, which is very likely, will drive a greater reliance on iron ore and pellets. So the iron ore requirement on the base case scenario, if you look at, the iron ore requirement will be pretty much higher, and as well as the pellet requirement. And the transition to hydrogen, which is likely by 2047, will also further boost the share of pellets. So if you look at some of the actions, so we looked at 5 actions which are required to kind of mitigate the metallic supply to reach the stated target of 450 to 500 million tons of capacity, and thereby the production. So on the iron ore side, there are 2 stated actions which are very important. One is there is a I would say watershed year in terms of 2030. Many of the captive leases will expire. So very importantly, how do we mitigate the disruption? We saw a disruption in 2020 where many of the merchant leases got expired. There was little bit confusion for some time. So that is going to be important. How do we do that? How do we re-auction the iron ore blocks, and how do we get them production pretty soon? The second is we have been focusing on hematite, but there is a lot of magnetite as a potential metallic supply. So I am working in certain states. Yes. Certain states like Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, which have good magnetite deposits. So it's time that we look at those deposits seriously in case we need to beneficiate and pelletize. That can be the other option. Third is how do we use low grade iron ore? Because today, until recently, we have been kind of dumping the below 58%, and in terms of not using them. Typically, people used to produce and sell more than 60%. Now there is a need to look at even subgrades till 55%. How do we have blend it? How do we increase and I would say the percentage of Fe and thereby use for high grade pellet feed. So that's going to be important. Fourth point, we had a EPR policy. It is by the government of India. The EPR policy mandates it is the extended producer responsibility. The OEM is responsible for also managing the sustainability downstream. So today, I think there is a need to mandate the OEMs, especially the auto OEMs, because automotive is the cycle for recycling is much, much shorter than probably some of the consumer durables as well as other sources, shipbreaking. The OEMs, if they are mandated to collect, process automotive scrap under EPR guidelines, that will actually help to kind of get more scrap. Also incentivize car owners to phase out old passenger vehicles. This is a challenge. We have worked with a company which has set up a joint venture with another private sector company. They are not getting vehicles. And the capacity utilization of the scrapping units is less than 25%. So it's very important that this is incentivized. Last is, of course, we need more recycling facilities, more scrapping facilities. There we need lower interest rate, PPP models, as well as incentives for recycling. I think these are the 5 points I want to leave with. And of course, the metallic supply, it is going to be evolving, and it's very important to think through and probably envisage what can be the potential pitfalls as well as mitigation measures. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. With this, we come to the end of this session. And thank you all the speakers. At least they have tried their best to stick to the time given. I am very sorry that they could not be able to present their full presentation, what they intended to present. Just to summarize this session has been a very lively session where we started talking about the decarbonizations of initiatives of raw material utilizations, which is given by JSW Steel. And after that, there was a magnesia-based application of refractories by Mr. Soman Banerjee. And then talked about refractory practices, which is there in Bhilai Steel Plant. And then we have come to the demand and supply and availability lookout by Niraj Mittal sir. And then the presentation by Zirkar Refractories, which talked about so many refractory applications. And before concluding session, there was a solution given by the SKF, Abhinandan Majumdar sir. And then finally, the balancing the metallic supply in 2047, charting India's pathway towards sustainable steel production. So this has been a very lively session, but I feel with this, we come to the end of today's session. May I hand over the mic to the ma'am.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for our honorable moderator as well as all the speakers. Can we have some applause, please? And definitely, we would like to present the token of memento and appreciation for being a part of this session and enriching all of us. So I'll request Pradipta sir to please do the honor. Firstly, to Mr. Dibojyoti Muduli from JSW Steel Limited, Raigarh Works. Can we have some applause, please? To Mr. Proshenjit Das, Chief General Manager, Refractory, SAIL Bhilai Steel Plant. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this session. To Mr. Soman Banerjee from Mecon Limited. Applause, please. And thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Lalu Prasad Malhar from Zirkar Refractories. Big round of applause, please. To Mr. Niraj Mittal, Chief General Manager, IC Coal Import Growth Sale. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part. to Mr. Rajiv Poitro, partner Deloitte Touch Tomatsu India LLP. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. Obhinandan Mojumdar, Application Engineering Skill Expert SKF India Limited. He's outside probably. And of course, to our session moderator, Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University. Thank you so much for moderating in such a wonderful way.
Yeah, Poshali, with your permission, I would like to request everyone to gather at Hall 4, which is just behind this hall. So once you get out, Deshpandiji, take a left turn, you'll reach Hall 4. Lunch is waiting for you, and we have solid Bengali Kodai Shuti Kachuri for you, you know, which is a delicacy for all Bengalis. So enjoy your Bengali lunch, and let's gather after lunch for a complete session with around 8 presentations, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll go non-stop, and Mr. Piyush Kumar, Managing Director of BCGCL, which is a joint venture between Coal India and GAIL. Dr. Piyush Kumar ji was earlier Director in Ministry of Coal. Then he came back to Coal India, and now he is the Managing Director of BCGCL, which is a joint venture between BHEL and Coal India. So coal gasification, Rajiv, you spoke about the coal gasification. I think you should stay back and listen to Dr. Piyush Kumar, because he will be primarily covering coal gasification. You know, since yesterday, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman of Vulcan Group and ex-Managing Director of JSPL, he covered the same subject, because as we are all aware, our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala ji had already announced the incentives for the coal gasification segment. And we are all eager to hear Dr. Piyush Kumar on his thoughts of taking coal gasification forward and using coal gasification to produce hydrogen. I think that's the next step forward. So when we talk about decarbonization and using the hydrogen economy, I think coal gasification plays a very important role, because as of now, green hydrogen is too expensive. That's not something, I think all of us agree, Deshpandiji, that it is too expensive to actually go for green hydrogen right now. So I think coal gasification, Mr. V.R. Sharma mentioned that yesterday, and he said that I'm a firm believer of coal gasification. So that's Dr. Piyush Kumar will, please come and join us for lunch in Pulto. Can you take Dr. Piyush Kumar? Yeah.
So Nirmaloda, I think I know Mr. Piyush Kumar for long, and I think Coal India under his leadership is taking great sides. And of course, I see a day when Coal India would be supplying over the fence, in terms of coal syngas, or for reduction of iron ore. So I think that day is very soon. Great to hear.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you so much. I need your kind permission, Rajiv, to publish your presentation today in text format. So internally, whatever approvals you have to take, please give us, because we would like to publish that. It was a wonderful presentation. And thank you, Chairman sir, for conducting a session when people are all hungry. Just pre-lunch is a very difficult session, because people are eager to, and you delayed the lunch by keeping everyone occupied. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists, JSW, Bhilai Steel Plant, all of you. Thank you. And yeah, group photo with, may I request Dr. Piyush Kumar to join for the group photo also? So yeah, Poshali, go ahead.
From yesterday's session, we have left to give a memento to one of our delegates. So we would like to invite on the dais Mr. S.K. Satapathy from Geology, Mining and Mineral Beneficent Division, Mekon Limited. Thank you so much. Group photo, of course.
Yeah, I would request Dr. Piyush Kumar to also join for the group photo. Thank you so much. Please join for lunch in hall number 4. Prodito, Dr. Piyush Kumar, you take him to hall number 4 for the lunch.
The Earth revolves around the sun, but our world revolves around its people. Every day, hour, and minute of our existence is spent on making this lovely planet a better place to live. We produce high-grade alumina and alumina hydrate, having applications in many industries. We are constantly innovating to create better variants of alumina for more diverse applications, including high-end display glass, flame retardant cables, thermally conductive pads in electronics, advanced FIFO-reinforced polymer composites used in railways, ceramic particles for coating separators in lithium-ion batteries. Alumina is manufactured through a reliable process, enhanced by our ownership of the feed utilized, making us a sustainable supplier of alumina. All this is achieved along with the responsible utilization of bauxite residue,
as an additive in cement production by cement factories located near Hindalco's refineries, thus ensuring minimum ecological disturbance so that generations, present and future, know us for being greener, stronger, smarter. Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future.
The earth revolves around the sun, but our world revolves around its people. Every day, hour, and minute of our existence is spent on making this lovely planet a better place to live. We produce high-grade alumina and alumina hydrate, having applications in many industries. We are constantly innovating to create better variants of alumina for more diverse applications, including high-end display glass, flame-retardant cables, thermally conductive pads in electronics, advanced fiber-reinforced polymer composites used in railways, ceramic particles for coating separators in lithium-ion batteries. Alumina is manufactured through a reliable process, enhanced by our ownership of the feed utilized, making us a sustainable supplier of alumina. All this is achieved along with the responsible utilization of bauxite residue as an additive in cement production by cement factories located near Hindalco's refineries, thus ensuring minimum ecological disturbance so that generations, present and future, know us for being greener, stronger, smarter.
TVQ Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. NRHR Stamped Coke Oven Design. WHR Power. Operations and Coal R&D. Stamp Charge Coke Oven at lowest capex. Highest recovery WHR Power. Lowest cost of metallurgy coke. Trusted NRHR Coke Oven Design. Value added process. Quality products. Contact J. Roger Ramo, Director, 099762102215. info@tvqcoke.com.
MOIL is India's largest producer of manganese ore, committed not only to operational excellence, but also to social responsibility. Set up in 1896 as a British company and incorporated as Manganese Ore India Limited in 1962, MOIL has grown into the country's largest manganese ore producer, contributing approximately 50% of the domestic production. MOIL operates 10 mines located in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, out of which 7 are underground mines, ensuring a consistent supply of manganese ore to the nation's industries. In fiscal year 2023-24, MOIL achieved record-breaking production of 1.75 million tons, a 35% growth year-over-year. Sales also reached an all-time high of 1.53 million tons, growing 30% from the previous year. MOIL also recorded its highest ever production of electrolytic manganese dioxide, crucial for pharmaceuticals and battery manufacturing, with a 28% increase. MOIL Limited holds the distinction of being the exclusive producer of electrolytic manganese dioxide, EMD, in India. The production of EMD by MOIL serves the specific needs of various industries, including the dry cell battery, pharmaceutical, and chemical sectors. MOIL achieved its best ever exploratory core drilling, more than doubling the previous year's numbers. MOIL also achieved its highest ever procurement through the government e-marketplace, amounting to 3,953.7 million, further optimizing its procurement process. Additionally, MOIL's revenue from operations stood at 14,490 million, the highest ever achieved. MOIL is the first PSU in India to set up wind farms. These wind farms, located in the Nagda and Ratiri hills of Madhya Pradesh, have a combined capacity of 20 megawatts. Additionally, MOIL has set up a 5.5 megawatt solar power project at Madhya Pradesh mines and another 5 megawatt solar project at its Maharashtra mines. The power generated is used for captive purposes in MOIL's mines and plants across both states. In total, our renewable energy generation accounts for nearly 56% of our total power requirements. with every ton mined and every life touched, Moil is committed to powering the nation and empowering communities.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story. With steel at its backbone, Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small-town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigarh, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigarh steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, JSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through JSPL's momentous journey, so far it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL's tradition has been to put people first, be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shilp to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha the Hope, The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, JSPL set up multi-speciality Fortis OP Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamnar. In the education sector, the OP Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by JSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The OP Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
MOIL is India's largest producer of manganese ore, committed not only to operational excellence, but also to social responsibility. Set up in 1896 as a British company and incorporated as Manganese Ore India Limited in 1962, MOIL has grown into the country's largest manganese ore producer, contributing approximately 50% of the domestic production. MOIL operates 10 mines located in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, out of which 7 are underground mines, ensuring a consistent supply of manganese ore to the nation's industries. In fiscal year 2023-24, MOIL achieved record-breaking production of 1.75 million tons, a 35% growth year-over-year. Sales also reached an all-time high of 1.53 million tons, growing 30% from the previous year. MOIL also recorded its highest ever production of electrolytic manganese dioxide, crucial for pharmaceuticals and battery manufacturing, with a 28% increase. MOIL Limited holds the distinction of being the exclusive producer of electrolytic manganese dioxide, EMD, in India. The production of EMD by MOIL serves the specific needs of various industries, including the dry cell battery, pharmaceutical, and chemical sectors. MOIL achieved its best ever exploratory core drilling, more than doubling the previous year's numbers. MOIL also achieved its highest ever procurement through the government e-marketplace, amounting to 3,953.7 million, further optimizing its procurement process. Additionally, MOIL's revenue from operations stood at 14,490 million, the highest ever achieved. MOIL is the first PSU in India to set up wind farms. These wind farms, located in the Nagda and Ratiri hills of Madhya Pradesh, have a combined capacity of 20 megawatts. Additionally, MOIL has set up a 5.5 megawatt solar power project at Madhya Pradesh mines and another 5 megawatt solar project at its Maharashtra mines. The power generated is used for captive purposes in MOIL's mines and plants across both states. In total, our renewable energy generation accounts for nearly 56% of our total power requirements. With every ton mined and every life touched, MOIL is committed to powering the nation and empowering communities. Moil is India's largest producer of manganese ore, committed not only to operational excellence, but also to social responsibility. Set up in 1896 as a British company and incorporated as Manganese Ore India Limited in 1962, Moil has grown into the country's largest manganese ore producer, contributing approximately 50% of the domestic production. Moil operates 10 mines located in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, out of which 7 are underground mines, ensuring a consistent supply of manganese ore to the nation's industries. In fiscal year 2023-24, Moil achieved record-breaking production of 1.75 million tons, a 35% growth year-over-year. Sales also reached an all-time high of 1.53 million tons, growing 30% from the previous year. Moil also recorded its highest ever production of electrolytic manganese dioxide, crucial for pharmaceuticals and battery manufacturing, with a 28% increase. Moil Limited holds the distinction of being the exclusive producer of electrolytic manganese dioxide, EMD, in India. The production of EMD by Moil serves the specific needs of various industries, including the dry cell battery, pharmaceutical, and chemical sectors. Moil achieved its best ever exploratory core drilling, more than doubling the previous year's numbers. Moil also achieved its highest ever procurement through the government e-marketplace, amounting to 3,953.7 million, further optimizing its procurement process. Additionally, Moil's revenue from operations stood at 14,490 million, the highest ever achieved. Moil is the first PSU in India to set up wind farms. These wind farms, located in the Nagda and Ratiri hills of Madhya Pradesh, have a combined capacity of 20 megawatts. Additionally, Moil has set up a 5.5 megawatt solar power project at Madhya Pradesh mines and another 5 megawatt solar project at its Maharashtra mines. The power generated is used for captive purposes in Moil's mines and plants across both states. In total, our renewable energy generation accounts for nearly 56% of our total power requirements. With every ton mined and every life touched, Moil is committed to powering the nation and empowering communities. Moil is India's largest producer of
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future. Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future. Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern world, born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magna Zeta. We ignite the future. Copper, steel, glass, cement.
Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. NRHR Stamped Coke Oven Design. WHR Power. Operations and Coal R&D. Stamp Charge Coke Oven at lowest capex. Highest recovery WHR Power. Lowest cost of metallurgy coke. Trusted NRHR Coke Oven Design. Value added process. Quality products. Contact J. Roger Rama, Director, 0997621015. info@tvqcoke.com. TVQ Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited.
Welcome back post lunch. We'll be starting the next session. As session moderator, I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Rajiv De, Professor, Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Jadavpur University. Requesting sir to please come on the dais. The speakers of this particular session: Dr. Piyush Kumar, MD, Bharat Coal Gasification and Chemicals Limited. Mr. Malay Bhattacharjee, JT, Managing Director, Copper and Macro Services Private Limited. Mr. Suresh Kedia, VP, Seprotech Engineers Private Limited. Mr. Malay Bhattacharjee, Joint MD, Copper and Macro Services Private Limited. Mr. Anurag Sharma, Deputy Manager, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Gautam Shenapati, AVP, Coal, Vaseri, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Shomi Roy Chaudhary, GM, IC, CO and CCO, Bhilai Steel Plant Sale. Mr. Abhishek Jain, CEO, Lanexix Private Limited.
Hello. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. So this is the last session in this seminar. So this particular session has 3 points in it. Number one, this is the last day of a 2-day seminar. This is a post-lunch session, and this is Saturday evening or afternoon, whatever you call. So definitely, still Nirmallo has given me this duty to perform. So we will start the session, and there are 7 speakers in this session. Dr. Piyush Kumar, Mr. Maloy Bhattacharya, Mr. Suresh Kedia, Mr. Anurag Sharma, Mr. Gautam Senapati, Mr. Shomir Raichaudhuri, and Mr. Abhishek Jain. So we will start with Dr. Piyush Kumar. Dr. Piyush Kumar is Managing Director, Bharat Coal Gasification and Chemicals Limited. So the time of each talk will be around 10 minutes. I know this will be very difficult to complete in that particular time duration, but I will request every speakers to stick to this time. So kindly, so we will start with Dr. Piyush Kumar.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to discuss one of the most talked about topic in coal and steel sector, that is coal gasification. You must have heard yesterday from Sharma Saab about gasification, and also today Rajiv has told much about it. I will not go into the detail. Time is limited, so I will be just covering and giving the overall remarks on coal gasification. Basically, under Atmanirbhar Bharat and for the sustainable use of coal, there is a need to ensure that CO2 is captured. When carbon is burnt, C is utilized, definitely CO2 will be produced. Coal gasification is a process in which you can get 100% CO2 at tap, which can be utilized or can be handled easily if you compare with the CO2 available in the flue gas in the power plant. That's why the coal gasification came into the picture, and government has given certain incentives to ensure that the coal gasification is adopted by various industries despite some financial challenges. There are certain constraints which companies are facing in adopting coal gasification. So I will straightway go to the steel sector. In the steel sector, you see in the blast furnace route, you are mostly dependent on the imported coking coal. And the DRI also, it says the studies have shown that the quality of steel will be much better if you use DRI through coal gasification rather than the coal if it is used directly in the DRI plants. So coal gasification has been a success story for JSPL also, which you must have seen. But the challenges now is, after coal gasification, what are the products we are going to get? So basically there are 3 types of gasifiers: fixed bed, fluidized bed, and interend bed. And if you can utilize tar efficiently, then only the fixed bed technology will help you a lot. Otherwise, the Coal India experience says in the Dankuni that the plant, they could not handle tar at that amount of quantity. So that's why those plants could not come up. So now in the newer coal plants gasification plants which we are thinking about is fluidized bed or intent bed technology where tar production is minimum. Then there were certain sectors which were examined by Coal India Limited when taking up the projects. So we thought about that we can produce from syngas either synthetic natural gas or dimethyl ether or ammonium nitrate. This can also be used in the steel making also. I worked with SAIL in Durgapur steel plant. We had some discussion on utilizing syngas for the purpose using coal gasification, but because of CO2 emission or something like this, SAIL doesn't, we are not keen to take up this at first hand. They were more interested on natural gas imported from outside. So the thing is that if you adopt coal gasification, your raw material security is there. And then definitely in years to come, CO2, captured CO2 can be utilized. So the impact of CO2 means that will not be so much in this case. So there are certain challenges in coal gasification. I told you about the technology. Most of the technology players who have supplied technology, all the reference plant is working in China. That is the challenge. You don't get data available. So you need to be certain that the technology which you are taking will run on the coal. The quality of coal in China, sometimes it varies from 8 to 15% ash. And our coal, the ash is more than 35%. That's why that also come into the picture. So initial pre-feasibility report in Coal India shows that there is a financial challenge for which government has now come up with a policy. And then they are the highly capital intensive projects. With this in mind, Coal India came up with the 3 projects with partnering with 3 Maharatna companies, BHEL, GAIL, and BPCL. So one of the company which was established last year on 21st May, BCGCL, for which I have been posted as MD. So this plant is going to produce ammonium nitrate through gasification route. This ammonium nitrate will be utilized by Coal India Limited for its open cast mining operations. I will not go into the details of this because you can get this presentation by the organizers in the email. So basically, there are 4 packages, LSTK 1, 2, 3, and 4. For this, we have selected a site in Lakhanpur in Jharsuguda district. You can see this area, the small patch is there, the 350 acre land is available just on the pit head. And it is a good connectivity with NH, and down below is the water body. And we are taking power from grid around 17 kilometers from this. These are the typical layout of this project. The entire project has been conceived into the 4 LSTK package, and there are around 18 EPC packages. So 1 and 2 is being done by BHEL, and LSTK 3 and 4 we have tendered. We are seeking support from potential EPC contractors and licenses. So these are some of the flow sheet for which there are some pre-qualification criteria. Now I will tell you what are the difficulties being faced in putting up a coal gasification project. One of the challenges is the EPC contractor. So you need to have an EPC contractor who has executed a project in chemical and fertilizer sector, at least around 70 to 80% of this project cost. The project cost varies from 700 to 2,200 crores, 1 LSTK package. So this becomes a challenge. We have a lot of operators. I think there is a need to have consortium joint ventures of potential EPC agencies who can join together to participate in this bid. So basically now we are left with 3-4 potential EPC contractors who can bid. And the second challenge is the licensors for the coal gasification. The same thing, that the reference plant is in China, and most of the coal which we are gasifying in China is low ash coal, and at many places it is mixed with pet coke. So I will just say that these two packages have been tendered in BCGCL, and we expect that the bids will come. Now, before closing my talk, I would like to suggest the way ahead for steel sector in coal gasification. See, now steel sector is facing challenge on two fronts. One is raw material security in terms of coal, and second is the CO2 emission challenges. These two things has to be taken care. I will suggest that coal gasification will provide you a very secured raw material of coal that is available in plenty. Even you can be allotted coal blocks. There is a 50% rebate on revenue sharing if you go for coal gasification. And the CO2 which is coming up, a lot of research is going on. The slag which is produced in the steel sector, it can utilize CaO plus CO2 calcium carbonate for the building material. So some work has already been done by IIT Bombay. I had seen their laboratory for this. They are working with some steel sectors also. We can think about a small plants. Government is giving a subsidy of 100 crore for one plant at least. So still 5 plants are to take this type of subsidy. You can think about building a small plant based on DRI. And if somebody is interested, can also have a collaboration with Coal India also in setting up a small type of plant, and we will help them out in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. You were just in time. So thank you for that also. And really in today's world where sustainability is a very important thing, important aspect for every industry, coal gasification, production of syngas is definitely one of the first step to attain this sustainability. So our next speaker is Mr. Maloy Bhattacharya. Mr. Maloy Bhattacharya, he will speak on utilization of iron ore fines in form of briquette for steel production through blast furnace DRI improvement of an iron ore circuit. He is Joint Managing Director of Copern Mako Services Private Limited. And Mr. Bhattacharya, have you got your car key? I think.
Yeah, I still don't have it in my hand, but I know who has taken my bag. Thank you very much. Yesterday I gave many people a lot of trouble, but at least now I know who has my bag. No, no, not there. So as Doctor said, that Saturday afternoon and post lunch, while coming on the stage, I was thinking that maybe there will be more people here than there. But big applause to the team who are still here for listening to us. I will quickly run through my presentation, won't take too long. It's okay. First, a very short brief. This is the German joint venture company where I belong to. It's an almost 125 years company, and we are into mostly hydraulic roller press and located in near Düsseldorf in Germany. What we do actually, our product range is only unique single hydraulic roller press, and we do take care of briquetting, compaction and comminution. Briquetting is agglomeration of fines, compaction mostly into fertilizer industries, and comminution is in crushing of iron ore, clinker and things like that. So in today's context, many speakers ahead of me have talked about sustainability, energy efficiency, iron ore resource utilization, steel waste recycling. So I will touch upon all these subjects in very, very small way. So mining and mineral processing. As you know that we had the luxury of using very high grade iron ore. We have almost now consumed everything, and now the grade of iron ore has started depleting. And now there is a very, very strong consciousness within the government as well as in the industry not to beneficiate even 55, 56, but they are going as low as 35, 37 grade iron ore. I'm talking about BHQ and BMQ grade and BHJ grade, banded hematite quartz grade, where the beneficiation you can take from 37% Fe up to 67% Fe. Right now we are working on one project where we are doing that. But to have such an efficiency, such a high amount of beneficiation from 37 to 67, the beneficiation circuit starts primarily from crushing. So you need to have a very, very efficient crushing circuit so that your energy efficiency is high. Because if you are crushing 10 million ton of 37 grade Fe to convert it to 65 or 67 grade Fe, you are only getting only 3 million ton product out of it. Rest 7 million is already going to gangue or the slime material. So you need very high energy efficient, and there our equipment comes. Yeah. So this is a very proven technology by using hydraulic roller press, high pressure grinding roll for pre-grinding. These are some of the schematics where you install the HPGR as a pre-grinder prior to ball mill, the conventional route of ball mill. And here you are able to save energy to the tune of every 1 kilowatt hour given in the HPGR saves almost 2 kilowatt hour energy in the ball mill. So this is very, very popular technology in Africa, Southern America, Australia, China. But as I said in the beginning that Indians, we had the luxury of getting very high grade iron ore. And that's why we have never thought about this kind of high efficiency equipment. Now the demand is coming because of the pressure from the government for beneficiation of low grade ore. So here our equipment finds a very, very suitable role. Since the time is slow, I will not go into very detail, but I have just briefed you that what are the applications of HPGR in here. And typically an HPGR flow sheet will look like this. You have the HPGR feeding in the raw feed, which is crushing and screening and passing it on to the ball mill. And in this process, you are able to optimize the complete beneficiation circuit by optimizing the ball mill sizes, as well as, since you are already liberating the gangue material, the iron ore from the gangue material after the HPGR itself, you can do a pre-concentration by magnetic separation of the crushed material. So you don't have to beneficiate in your subsequent circuit all the gangue materials, because you can take away a majority of the gangue material immediately after the HPGR. So it is basically pure iron ore which is going for further beneficiation. Yes, this has a very high energy efficiency, this equipment. So as you can see that the productivity, this is one case which is Stalinsky, Russia. Productivity increase before installation of HPGR, it was 494. And after installation of HPGR, it increased by approximately 12.5%. This is mass steel in Australia. Here you can see the productivity increase has happened almost up to 30% by installation of the HPGR in a brownfield project, which was originally designed with ball mill. There is another application, but let India first get habituated with the HPGR as a pre-grinder. Regrinding, India do not have that much of problem, because India has a problem in different nature. Indian iron ore is so soft that it in any case generates a very high amount of microfines. So regrinding applications for pellet feed application is not really going to be that popular in India, at least in near term. But this is very, very popular in South Africa, Australia, and China. Iran also. Iran have more than 60 installations in iron ore. I'm quickly running through. So to summarize, the advantage of the HPGR compared to conventional ball mill circuit, what Indian industry, pellet industry and beneficiation industry are mostly accustomed to, that this overall reduction in operating cost, significant reduction in energy cost, higher equipment availability, reduced consumption of grinding media, lower wear of roller surface, low installation space requirement compared to ball mill, faster equipment delivery and shorter commissioning period, and higher accuracy of HPGR sizing, especially for very hard feed materials. Of course, the disadvantage is that HPGR is expensive compared to conventional ball mill circuit. Now coming to waste recycling, I have talked about iron ore beneficiation. Now coming to recycling, you know this. We have iron making process, primarily two route: DR-EAF steel making, DR and EAF route, and the BF-BOF route. So this is a typical schematic of a DR-EAF route, where the DRI is produced from a gas-based reactor, Midrex and or HYL, Genova, and then the pellet fines are charged into the hot briquetter, where the DRI fines, hot DRI fines are compacted, and those compacted hot briquettes can sustain its metallic content because they are not coming into environmental contact and do not get oxidized. So that is the utilization of HBI. We have almost a monopoly in the world market for making these machines. In India, ArcelorMittal is using them. JSW Salav is using them. I'm talking about the locality, but worldwide we have very high population of HBI presses. Let me go to the hot briquetting. Basically, hot briquetting, the quality of briquette plays a very important role in terms of epimetallic. What is the density of the material? What are the gang material? What is the porosity of this? So HBI product itself is a very high critical product quality requirement is there. So HBI stands for hot briquetted iron and is well introduced in the metallics market. It is so-called virgin unit, low in steel contaminants like copper. It is applied as sweetener to improve steel quality in electric arc furnace for the steel melt shop. आवाज যাচ্ছে না। Okay, so this is how a schematic looks like for hot briquetting. You have the briquetter, then a string separator which separates the briquettes from a string. Then there is a cooler, and then the briquettes can be stored. This is how a briquette plant, hot briquette plant general arrangement looks like. Now coming back to steel mill residue, today and yesterday, many people have talked about recycling of waste. We call it waste to wealth. In any BF-BOF route or DREIF route, we produce different kind of waste material, which are, some of them are rich in iron, some of them are rich in carbon, and we need to reutilize them for sustainability of our steel industry, and as well as saving our land area, not to consume too much of land by dumping all this steel waste. So we provide the solution for steel mill residue. These are the different type of waste you generate typically in a steel plant. So from the BF-BOF route, you have coarse BF dust, fine BF dust, BF sludge, BF dust, fine BF dust, BF sludge, burnt line fines, and mill scale. Mill scale definitely is a very high value waste, so to say, amongst the total waste. So we produce briquettes in this shape and size, and these briquettes are usually used as a coolant, replacing scrap in the BOF. The typical Fe content of in these briquettes ranges between 53 to 58%, as compared to scrap steel, which the Fe content is as high as 90% plus. So when you use this briquette as a coolant replacing scrap, you can do it in 2:1 ratio. That means if you need 2 ton of scrap steel for coolant, you need actually 1 ton of briquette for uh, uh, giving equivalent cooling. So that's a value recovery for scrap steel to be used in BOF. Typical binders being used in this kind of waste briquettes, molasses, lignosulfate, starch, bentonite, cement. The consumers, I have already explained that BOF is the most popular consumer. And my last slide, last but one slide, there are a lot of discussion going on. Someone talked about Vale. Soikath has talked about Vale investing in billions of dollars for coming out with agglomerate solution in the briquetting route, which can really replace the pellet and sintering route. Basically, sintering is recognized as a very high carbon footprint yielding process, and Vale is working on that to reduce this. We are tied up with Vale and like that Anglo American and many other companies worldwide to develop this briquetting solution for them. We are conducting test work in our pilot plant in Germany, pilot plant in US, and the pilot plant in Kolkata. We have a full-scale pilot plant here. We are already working with Vulcan Steel. Saraogi Saab was here during their trial, ArcelorMittal, and companies like that. And hopefully, some solutions will come in. Just a glimpse of our briquetting plant where we are producing this very small, tiny briquettes. That's all, and thank you for your participation in Saturday's second half post-lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Really, this is a very pertinent topic because in today's world of agglomeration, briquetting will definitely play a very important role. So we have heard that. So our next speaker is Mr. Suresh Kedia. He is Vice President, Tech Engineers Private Limited. I'm sorry, it is Seprotech Engineers Private Limited. Yeah, actually it is written somewhere, something different. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just introduce about my company in a few words. Seprotech Engineers is a 15-year-old company working into the mineral beneficiation processes through dry processing. We have heard about many things in last 2 days about the steel plants, the raw materials, the other things, but we have not heard anything about what is required to do the raw materials in a better place. What materials we had 15 years or 30 years back that we have used up. Now we are left with the low grade materials in most of the cases in iron ore, coal, and very few cases we have the better iron ore and coal in limited regions. So unless we start using those dumps, in the coming next 10 years, we'll be in a position that we have the capacity to produce, but not the raw materials to produce. So this company was working with the dry process, and we have developed the machine indigenously in India, in Kolhapur, wherein we are doing this mineral beneficiation for coal, iron ore, ferroalloys, manganese, and other minerals. Yeah. This is just different types of coals. I have told about my company. The major equipment we have developed is called a dry density separator. Now this works on the basic parameters which we control in the dry density separator is the air pressure, the VIV degree, the deck inclination, and the deck vibration. Here we are using the atmospheric air which is fed into the system, and it is controlling these parameters. We process the materials into the separation of the gang materials and the better quality of materials. What happens when you stratify through the air pressure, layers start settling in at the from the heavier to the lower layers. So in case of coal, the upper layer is the product. In case of the iron ore manganese, the lower layer is the product. Now, what is the most important part is how to separate so that my product and reject are not into one another. So earlier also there were technologies that has been evolving with time, some hazardous technology, some technologies with where you have to take some permission from the atomic energy and other things. But this machine we controlled and we made a VID software. As you can see in the last paragraph, it is a VID software made by individually by our company and ourselves, wherein with the help of the principle of terminal velocity at the air section, we calculate and relate it to the bulk density of the material, and that indicates through the software that which layer at which point is going to into the product and into the rejects. I'll not go much about the brief of this. This is a advantage of the machine. It's a high efficient machine. No need for the process clarified water or liquid or chemical like magnetite, which are not available easily. No slurry handling, no fines, dewatering, simple permit requirements. You add it into a CHP along with as a material separator for gang. The feed size range is very good, where you can operate up to 100 mm. Non-polluting and environment friendly. That is the major reason. In case of a heavy, we go for a heavy media plant or a wet coal washery or a wet iron ore washery, we have so many equipments in the tailings. And maintenance cost, then the lime cost, then the water recirculation cost, everything adds up. Here, nothing is there like that. It is completely done through air and is environment friendly. These are the other advantages of air separator through the wet jig, some of which I have already told. The area required, the working capital, the scope of materials, the spares, the working time. In a wet washery, you can run it maximum for 8 to 9 hours, then you have to give it a 3 to 4 hours downtime. Here you can work for 20 hours. 1 hour downtime, you can work for 20 hours. So with a 50-ton upper hour machine, you for 20 years, you can have 1,000 tons per day of coal processed. If your efficiency is 90%, you are getting 900 tons through one single machine. And this machine has a specialty that it can be conglomerated into a jungle. You put 4, 8, 10, 20, whatever you want. And since it does not require a bulk area, it is definitely advisable to go for this. This is the circuit, what it looks like. We have shown a preliminary circuit with 4 machines into the system, fed through a hopper into the feed conveyor, through a feed conveyor into the 4 machines, through a surge bin, and the product and reject are separated out. It has a PLC control panel, which controls all the operations. Not required. This is some of the regions I can tell you. This is Siam Ispat, Chhattisgarh. This is their test results in the operating plant, where you can see FC of 30 has been improved to 38 and ash has been reduced from 41 to 32. The efficiency product was 93%. In a similar Ispat, Sunil Ispat, we have done a more powerful ash reduction. That is from 49 to 35, 13% of ash reduction. So when you reduce ash more, definitely your product will be less. So your efficiency, your percentage has gone down to 79.74%. These are the test results certificates from the authorized third parties. This is a structure, what it looks like. This is again a Dolachar certificate where you can see the FC has been increased from 12 to 13 to 20 to 22, which this Dolachar can be used in our power plants by blending it with the better coal. And you get a 50 to 60% of recovery. I can tell you 25 years back when I was in this field, we had to pay money to take away the char and clear my area in the plant. Now this char is being sold around 800 to 1000 rupees a kg. There are several private players who use only Dolochar into their power plants. They just process whatever best their recovery is there, they use it and rest they blend it with the coal and they are using it. Yeah, this is the important one which we have done for the government of India at Moil Mansar mines, where we have done the manganese separation. The manganese percentage has increased from 29 to 41, and the silica percentage has reduced from 37 to 15. The weight percent efficiency was, the low density was 50% and the high density was 50%. This was the recovery. Can you play the video? I'll show you a video where the operating plant is shown in the mines. And then just 2 minutes for the iron ore. These two machines, 25 ton per hour. Two machines of 12.1 ton included in a 25 ton per hour plant. There's no much of civil work. There's just a civil, 4 civil foundation on which the machines can be planted. A feed conveyor, 2 reject conveyor, and product conveyor. The power consumption is very less compared to what any kind of water. These are the fans which control the air pulsation inside the system. The PLC panel where the VIDS software is installed. That is correlated with the density separation. What density is coming and what this is coming to relate and make the separation. These are the products coming out. On the other side, there is just coming out. So you can see the stone, the bad quality of the material. तो एक बार प्ले कर दीजिए. Yeah. This is the third-party report which has been done and authenticated. Yeah, this will be. I don't know. Doing something wrong. Yeah, this will be. This is better. See, this is one of the clients in the south, Kurnool, where they have done it for +1 to -10 mm plant. It's operating. It's a 15 into 230 tons per hour plant, where the high density products we are getting 70% at a 58% Fe, and the feed material Fe was 41%. So this is a very low grade material. As per government norms, we are allowed to throw away the 45 material. But even that can be recovered, and even if we can give 60, 70, 50% of material, that is reducing our dump, reducing our plant area. This is again the certificate from SGS for this plant. Coming. Now this is one of our new clients. He has mines in Joda Barville area, a large player in the iron ore and steel making. He has went personally to our laboratory at Kolhapur, and these results has been obtained by him in his test laboratory and authenticated by a third laboratory. You can see the feed Fe. From it has increasing from in 5 to 20 from 55 to 59, and from 49 to 54. And reduction is near about 45% in the 2 to 10 But again, definitely, once you separate these materials and you go through it again, the machine, definitely there will be another increase of 1 to 2%, and you can go below 45 to reject or dump the material. These are some of the clients where we have already installed. I have told you, Hira ferroalloys for ferroalloy, some of the coal parties, some of the iron parties, one in Jabalpur, SGMM mines, that's a 50 ton per hour per plant. But most of the parties, they have gone in for smaller units, 15 or 30, and then conglomerated it. One of our clients has got 15 TPH machines. He took 4, again he took 4, again he took 4, and again we have got 4. So in an entire plant, we have got 16 machines, and he's just adding up onto the lines. And more importantly, we are working on a government project again with, I will not name the client, maybe it's in tendering stage, and we are the only one providing with this technology. So definitely after the board meetings and all, we will be able to put up that plant, which will solve the problem of destoning into the power industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kedia. Really, it is a very interesting thing. Actually, these particular topics should be there in the first half of the seminar, but time constraint is there. And it is very interesting because the percent I am personally interested that the lean grade iron ore with 41% Fe has been transformed to 57%. This is really very encouraging. So our next speaker is Mr. Anurag Sharma.
Rajiv, just one Mr. Dr. Piyush Kumar has to leave. So with the kind permission of session chairman, I would like to present our token of appreciation with a small memento to Dr. Piyush Kumar because he has to reach Coal India immediately. Give us one which is straight, which looks straight. Yeah. Okay, come. Special thanks to Dr. Piyush Kumar and Piyush Kumar ji, हम यही चाहते हैं कि you stay connected with us. आपकी पथ प्रदर्शन बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए because the road to decarbonization begins with you. So we will always want that you stay connected. और मैंने आपको WhatsApp group में भी add कर लिया है. So you will know what the steel industry is planning in terms of, coal gasification, which is so very important for us. I think that's the way forward. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Okay, Chairman, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, Nirmallo. So our next presenter will be Mr. Anurag Sharma. His topic will be improvement in coal blending at JSW Dolvi. He is Deputy Manager, JSW Steel, Dolvi.
Hello. Yeah. Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Anurag Sharma. I am from JSW Steel Dolvi. I am in the process control department looking after blast furnace 1 and 2. So I am here to share our experience and our achievements of coal blending optimization at JSW Steel Dolvi. So today everyone wants कि भाई हमको सस्ता भी चाहिए अच्छा भी चाहिए, but in plant scale which is more or less not possible in every scenario and circumstances. So looking towards the current environment condition, we have to produce a steel with less carbon emission, and also the process should be economical for plant perspective. So this is the overall our process flow diagram of JSW Steel Dolby. So we have two coke ovens, two DRI, one DRI, two blast furnace, two sinter plant, two pellet plant, then SMS caster, and these are all our products which we form in JSW Steel Dolby. And so yeah, so after COVID-19 pandemic, price of coal in market went extremely high, especially our dependency on particular Australian coal. So in our plant earlier, before pandemic, we were using 87% of Australian coal in our coal blend, which created a huge dependency on a particular coal, which led us to high production cost of coke as well as steel after pandemic. So yeah, this is the price of coal during whole span of 5 years, and after pandemic it went to 2x 3x high. Then these are the technical specification of our coke 1 and 2. So there are two coke ones, as I said, and rest. So this project or this top presentation is about the whole journey, 10 years span, a decade journey of our JSW Steel, from starting from 1.1 MTPA. Now we are producing 4.1 MTPA, and we also established some environmental aspects and environmental initiatives such as benzol plant commissioning and dedusting system for environmental friendly production of coke as well as steel. So, and yeah, this is the coke one overview. We take our coal, that coal is transferred to Jaigarh port, then it is stacked there, then it is transferred to a Dharamtar jetty, then our coke one, then the metallurgical coke is transferred to blast furnace 1, 2, and rest is transferred to the JSW Bellary as well. And the coke one gas is used by in our own plant, especially like we use the COG gas, coke one gas in stoves, blast furnace stoves for heating purpose, and the tar, sulfur, benzol, which are byproduct, is used or sell to other external customers. Process. So coke one is a very critical process. So we have to make coke, as well as the byproduct, we have to handle that as well. What goes behind coal blending? So technically there are several factors while choosing the percentage of each coal. So cost of coal, availability of coal, consistency in supply, quality of coal, transportation cost, and quality of coke required. These are the major factors which we choose before blending. Then there are several other factors which we also look, like the rank or grade of coal, physical properties such as moisture, volatile matters, and chemical properties, ash, fixed carbon, hydrogen, sulfur, rheology, study of fluidity, and petrographical properties as well. So selection of coal. So as I said, we were fully dependent on Australian coal before pandemic. Up to 87% we were utilizing. So we have to diversify our coal sources. So after that, the first step we took is to diversify our coal. That is, we use number of coals. Low grade coals were mixed with a high grade coals, that decreases the dependency. And earlier it was only Canada, Russia, and Australia. Now we are utilizing South Africa, Australia, Canada, Russia, and USA coals. Yeah, more number of coal usage in coal blend. So the first and major step in our plant initiative to decrease the dependency is the pre-blending. So whenever there is a barge containing coal is transferred to the Jaigarh port, is directly mixed, the two number of coals, two different variety of coal is directly mixed during the transfer of coal from barge to our Jaigarh port. Second is we use some automation just like Wayment and some logics and interlocks, so to maintain the consistency and maintain the content percentage of each coal, at a particular value so that the optimum coal properties can be achieved. Third one is the pre-blend coal quality monitoring. So we have a CFT team, cross-functional team, which measures and ensures the coal blend quality. Yeah, so earlier it was we were using only 4 number of coals. Now we are utilizing 7 number coals, and the process change. So we develop a Lotus model to live monitoring of coking period, amperage, and pushing status. As we can see in the graph, that before coking period, which is in the left side, so coking period, every coke has a coke ovens has a particular coking period hours. So it was having a high variation from 23 to 25 hours to 30 hours. And after developing this Lotus model and implementation, we now our process is sustained and uniform. Second step is the improvement in crushing index. So we found some correlations by data analysis, like whenever there is a low crushing index, we found that there is a drop in coke micum. Coke micum is the cold strength. So whenever there is a drop in crushing index, the micum is also decreased, because the in coarser particles initiate cracks during coke making, and after that it initiates crack, then the cold strength is decreased. So finer particle will give higher coke strength, and this were our major finding. Then also we have a CDQ, coke dry quenching, which we use nitrogen for cooling coke. And we also see whenever there is a compliance in CDQ, compliance is the shutdown or breakdown of CDQ. So whenever there is a shutdown or breakdown, we also see a major drop, significant drop in M40. So we try to maintain the shutdowns and breakdown, which cannot more often. And yeah, optimization of high fluidity. So we also have analyzed, like, whenever if coal having a higher fluidity, the M40 is also decreased. So we try to mix number of coals in such a way that the fluidity should be maintained low. As we can see in the left and right hand side, that the baseline, that is A, B, C, and E. A, B, C, and E are number of coals. So C having 23%, and C having 23% in coal blend. So CSR is 69.15 and M40 is 79.24. In other case, in the number 1, D is 33%. Coal D means it is a number of coal. And if D is increased by 33%, then the CSR has dropped to 68.74 from 69, and M40 is also decreased by 77. So we maintain a lower fluidity so that to maintain the cold strength and CSR values in a proper optimum level. And these are the coal specifications. Like as I said, we now use number of variation in coals, coal A, B, C, and D. And also we study the macroscopic study of coal. So base blend, which I was trying to explain, that it has having a 23%, so it has a round pore. Whether in case of blend number 1, it has an interconnected pore. So number of pores will if number of open pores will increase the chances of breakage of coke in microscopic level. So we try to maintain the blend not only for the fluidity, not only the coke micum, but also in the macroscopic level. And so in this coal D, the number 1, 33%, as I said, the 33% coal D has decreased the M40 value. Also, the microscopic study says that if D has 100%, then the interconnected board is more larger, and it has shown that we have also analyzed that coal D having 100% has a high CRI 34, which we don't want, and high CRI of 34, low CSR of 50.87. So we also optimize all the coal blend in such a way that the not only the coke quality, to maintain the coke quality, but also to the cost, also to the environmental friendly. And these are the results and discussions. So earlier, the hard coking coal was around 45%. Now we have decreased the up to 30%. And the reduction in dependency has been decreased, dependency on a particular coal. Also, the non-coking coal or low-grade coal has increased. We have increased the consumption up to 8 to 10%. And yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Being an academician, I think this is a very wonderful problem where we can use the ANN, arithmetic neural networking, to find the optimized CSR or CRI, CSR and CRI rather, by changing the variables like your number of coals to be used, be it Russian along with Australian and USA, and very even with some non-coking coal with lean grade. And definitely you change the properties and you will get the optimum result. But it's a very interesting thing. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. So now I'm going to invite Mr. Gautam Shenapati. He is AVP Coal Washery, JSW Steel Limited.
Respected chairperson of the dais, eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, Nirmalada, good evening to all of you. Yeah, since last yesterday, everybody was speaking about making 300 million ton of steel by 2030 as per national steel policy. And we'll have to arrange the raw material. It's coal, iron ore, everything. Okay, iron ore is available within the country. But coal, everybody was talking about that we'll have to import so much of coal, even considering 0.8 specific consumptions, at least 240 million ton of coal will be required. And we'll have to import all the coals. And it is not practically sustainable. In fact, I was thinking to speak something contradictory, and everybody is telling that no, domestic coal is not usable and so many things. Actually, let me tell you, a few days back, I was in Coal India on 1st of March, actually, they had organized one consumers meet. Director of Marketing Coal India was telling, we are in the sellers market, but very soon we'll be in the buyers market. I mean, Coal India was so far dictating its pricing and everything, but because of all commercial mining and everything, that production of coal in the country is going to increase, and maybe Coal India will be nobody in the sellers market, it will be in the buyers market. On the other hand, we the steel makers, like in JSW Steel, we are the 100% importer of the coal. That is our requirement, almost 18 to 19 million ton we are importing. And I think that is true for all other, steel makers. So it's a kind of paradoxical situations, actually. We are having the coal, but we are unable to use. Here in my, presentations, I'll be focusing on my, how we can use more of domestic coal, how we can go for higher use of domestic coal. Because the government is trying that we should build Atmanirbhar Bharat, we should reduce import as much as possible. So let us first look into what are the, I'm not getting into all those things because time is short and almost. So this is the figure actually, almost in FY 24-25, we are going to import some 193 million ton of non-coking coal. Coking coal almost 57 million ton, and PCI coal almost 20. So it is almost some 260 to 70 million ton of coal will be importing. It's I think after petroleum, it is the next largest, import item for the country. And government is very serious about reducing this thing. But everybody will answer that, everybody will tell that no, Indian coal is very bad, Indian coal is not usable. But is it so? Because I'm in the coal washery business. And let me tell you, see, I have evaluated several coal blocks, even Australia, even in Mozambique. Yes, there are some problems with Indian coal. Indian coal is having highest content, but apart from the this highest content means, see, our coal is basically that ash, whatever the coal we are having actually, that is very much intrinsic in nature actually. That is a fundamental problem with our coal. But apart from this ash content, if you see other parameters, we are better off than any other country. If you consider sulfur, if you consider phosphorus, see everything. See, the biggest problem in the foreign coal, you will find that fundamentally you have high sulfur, and desulfurization will be a big problem. So it's not correct that because Indian coal is bad and it's not usable. See, there is solution. Definitely technological solutions is there. And yeah, I'll be coming to the next thing. Sorry. So fundamentally, in the 2024-25, Coal India will be producing some 60 million ton of coking coal. Sorry, last year they have produced some 60 million ton of coking coal, and hardly some 8 to 10 million ton coal of coal is used in the actually steel sector. So where is the problem lies actually? So I'm also getting the next slide. So you can see this slide actually. See, CL has hardly supplied some 2 million tons coking coal. And whereas Tata Steel and SAIL, they have produced some 2.7. So problem is with the technology. It's not really the problem with the, the coal that we are having actually. As you know, the Tata Steel has went up to 40% of their blend of the indigenous coal, and they have produced excellent CA share. Even on that, Tata Steel, I believe that they almost consume some 20-25%, and they are very much striving to increase the usage of indigenous coking coal, and their CSR is above something 65 and above. And see, as such, see, apart from this ash content, so all other parameters are absolutely fantastic in Indian coking coal. So what we need some actually policy changes actually. Yes, government is doing some good thing. One is like we JSW Steel, we are very serious about getting into indigenous coal washery business and indigenous coal business. We have already acquired few coal blocks. That is one, Parvatpur, then Sitanala, then Maitra, few coal blocks, and also we are serious about setting up coal washery. And because we have found a lot of value in Indian coking coal, first I'll divide my presentation in two ways. One is coking and another is non. See, if Indian coking coal accept as, if you see another big problem in with R&D that we have not focused really the R&D of beneficiation of coking coal. See, yes, like Mozambique, there have 42% ash, but over there, because of the right kind of technology applications, they have brought it down to some 12-13%. Even we have acquired one coal block in Mozambique, and we are our ash in our rock is something around 14%, but we are planning to bring it down to some 12-14%. See, even in Indian coal also it is possible. Even Tata Steel has brought down the ash up to 13-40%. So fundamentally, say everybody will say that no, Indian coal is of bad character, Indian coal is not usable. That is not the problem. Actually, problem is with our technology. Problem is with our mindset. We need to set up, we need to introduce right kind of beneficiation technology. Then definitely, and also as I'm telling that more focus on R&D or particularly coking coal needs to be required, particularly how this increasing ash that is the characterized of our Indian coking coal, that how that can be reduced. So that needs to be, serious R&D needs to be required. And Nirmala is sitting here, I request him to take up with the government how this issue can be addressed. Then I am telling you, Indian coal will be one of the finest coal. It doesn't have any sulfur problem, it doesn't have any phosphorus problem. And I have personally tested, like monitoring on several coals. When you have brought it down to 11-12%, it is almost as good as any Australian hard coking coal. So the fundamental problem is with the beneficiation. How we can get into the deep beneficiation of Indian coking coal, bring it down to 12-30% with economic viability. That is a very big point. That even today also we can produce at 13-14%. But yes, yield will be substantially lower. How we can improve the yield at the same time, how we can lower the ash also. So that is the fundamental thing which requires serious R&D of the Indian coking coal and also some policy decisions. Changes in policy decisions. One of the very important policy decisions I would request, already as spoken in different forum, that Indian coking coal must be categorized as critical mineral so that it gets all the benefits of the critical mineral, so that this sector get benefited, and whatever this 40 million ton or 60 million ton coal that is being burned in the powerhouse, which is having really scarce resources, that can be, industry will be motivated to invest, and maybe this coal will be utilized in the steel sector. Then I'll come to my Then I'll come to the, I'll try to cut short my, I'll try to come to the non-coking sector. Even in India, it is something around last year, 713 million ton non-coking coal country has produced. So very interesting part is that all the DRI players, they're also importing non-coking coal from foreign countries. See, it's really a funny thing, and I should say that it's the fallacy of our government policy actually, what I should. Almost 35 million ton of high grade. This coal is having ash percent within 24-25%. What is happening? This is being burnt in the powerhouses. Similarly, even that's a category. This is the table published by Coal India. Even G7 to G10 average ash will be something around 30%. So its production is almost around 178 million ton. So if you see, actually the problem of Indian coking, we are quite very much serious about the exploration. We are very much serious about how we'll do the mining. But we are not really very serious about how the coal will be utilized. We have not really not done the details, quality specs of the coal so that it can be brought into the right kind of use. See, even this G7 to G10 100 is huge quantity, almost the amount we are importing, and DRI players can be a very big beneficiary out of this 178 million tons. So only thing what is required is that proper washability study is to be required, all quality specs to be checked as required by the DRI player, and obviously the beneficiation potential. And I believe that this coal also I have personally checked that ECL coal, it can very well produce below 10%. So lots of potential. Even this segment also, there is potential to produce, but enough investigations has not been done even for this G7 to G10. It needs a lot of focus and government policy changes. What's really it calls for. So this already I think discussed. Yeah, see, even what I understand, some of the ECL coal, field coal, and ACCL and NCL coal, if we go for deep beneficiation, now it can be used even in the PCI, because we are now all the blast furnace, all the steel makers are trying to increase the PCI consumptions so that ultimately there is cost benefit. So we have got the potential to, yeah, our PCI is almost 200 kg per ton, and we are one of the highest user of the PCI coal in the country, and now that's how we are keeping our cost optimizations. So up to 200 kg we are yeah, up to 200 kg per ton, and that's how we are becoming the, and see, that's what you're telling right now. Entire PCI you are importing from foreign countries. We find a lot of opportunity in the domestic sector, but unfortunately government policy does not support us actually. So we have already, in fact, I was talking to Dr. Marketing Coal India. See, in fact, we have already lobbying with the government that please create a separate window so that this entire high-grade non-coking coal, that can find its route in the steel making. Instead of importing, we are ready to use the Indian coal. So recently the apprehensions of the director market that very soon will be in the buyer's market. So that day will go on. Country will be benefited, and our huge foreign exchange outflow will be reduced. I'm very serious about it. So I'm just comparing some of the quality parameters of ECL coal. It is thanks to ECL management. They had given us some few kgs of samples, and that we had got tested. So I found that this is of Sonpur Bajari. This coal produces almost some 10 million ton of coal, high-grade non-coking coal per annum. So see, there are few, of course, there are few fallacies. Like, I mean, shortcomings are there, like VM is a little bit on the higher side, 33.7%, acid 15%. So very well, I can bring it down to 10%. And FC is definitely 45, that's also on the lower side. AGI, there are some negative things, but if you see the sulfur, phosphorus, all these things are very much, but definitely this can be blended. Actually, it is having some very feeble coking property. Even we are trying, we are also exploring whether I can use it in the, I mean, blend in the, I mean, in our coke ovens or not. So what I find, so similarly, there are lots of potential in the non-coking sector also. What is required is the right kind of policy decisions and some incentive to the steel sector so that this non-coking coal gets diverted to the, I mean, steel sector, and our overall this import that gets reduced. I personally believe that yes, there is potential, and we can definitely reduce import. And if government creates a suitable policy measures, there is a possibility. So I'll not take much time. Sorry. And in fact, one more thing. There is huge reserve. See, in our country, some 30 billion ton of presently coking coal reserve, but similarly high-grade reserve also around 35 billion ton, and that is up to G6 grade. Even if we take G10 or G7 or G8 grade, there is huge reserve of non-coking coal, and there is enough scope to reduce our, I mean, import in the long run, provided the policy measures, I mean, taken up by the government, which suitable. So these are the few things I would like to just conclude that yes, use of coking coal in the powerhouse to be stopped. So that is already coking coal. What is happening? Enter BCL and CCL. Hardly out of 60 million, 10 billion ton there. It's being used in the steel sector and really 50 billion. So that needs to be immediately stopped and automatically, and government needs to revise its policy accordingly. So then another policy is the asset management of old washeries. So there are several non-performing assets, old washeries in BCL. Already government, BCL and CCL in the process to hand over it to private sector. So those things should be, I mean, expedited. Similarly, this high-grade non-coking coal, this must be given to, I mean, for DRI route and suitable policies. Right now, we don't have the stake in this segment actually for DRI people or steel makers. So we have already lobbying with the government. So we are telling that please give us, I mean, at the price at which you are offering to power sectors. But so far we have not got. So these things have to be, policy changes needs to be done by the government. And last note, this is not discussed, but whatever the coking coal blocks that has been allocated to the, I mean, different companies, those things should be fast-tracked. Then automatically we'll find that I'm very hopeful, and there is enough potential that this Indian coking coal or Indian coal can be very much usable to steel sector, of course, with deep beneficiation. And I think there will be a lot of savings for the country can be done. Thank you. Thank you very much for the present hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam Shengupta. Thank you. This is really indeed a very interesting thing, because use of more and more use of Indian coking coal will definitely increase the productivity, I mean the cost competence of the Indian iron and steel sector. So our next speaker is Mr. Shomir Raichaudhuri. He is General Manager, IC Company and CCD, Villa Steel Plant Sale. His topic is coke making process.
Good evening, sir. Respected Assistant Chairman, respected dignitaries and friends, and Nirmal Loda, and respected my colleagues also. Sir, we have heard that Our roadmap of 2030 is the 300 million ton steel through development, through innovations, and reduction of carbon monoxide, there is carbon dioxide emission, decarbonization, and that our target as per the government policy of 2027, by 2027, that is 2.15 ton per ton of sellable steel. If we don't produce that, the penalty will be imposed and the market demand will be less. Next is the less carbon using steel, and obviously the reduction of coke rate, and next target is the stamp charge throughout the Indian industry. And above all, as we know that for a steel plant, the total cost 40% goes to the coal. And out of the 40% coal, most of the coal goes to the imported coking coal. And the surplus, that sources of supply dependent on basically earlier in the Australia side. But in 2021 onwards, it is 2022 Ukraine war, the Russian coal came into in India. And Shell is the only plant, they are using both coking coal and soft coking coal and hard coking coal as well as PCI coal throughout the Shell plant. And moreover, not only 8%, it is going to be 16%. And the Austrian coking coal demand has gone down in village steel plant also to 30%. Recently, we are using some of the coking coals from Mozambique. One coking coal is a replacement of Austrian coking coal, is called Mabu, and Mozambique Benga coking coal. And apart from that, we are using Indonesian coking coal, that is Tuhuk. Now, basically, we are talking about the coal. So, process. Yes, sir. Sir, basically the coal is a heterogeneous sedimental rock, and that is the coal through decaying and deposition and sedimentation, and we are referring to only the caking coal and coking coal. It is a softens and agglomerate when heated, forming a solid mass, and coking coal is a specific type of caking coal, producing as a property of strong porous coke suitable for use in blast furnace. Basically, the coke is a grey, hard, porous, high carbon product, and we are in the coal conversion. It basically is a pyrolysis. In absence of air, we are producing the coal to coke through our coke oven batteries. All it is also destructive distillation. And the purpose of the coke, why we need coke? We need coke in the blast furnace where the iron ore or in the form of sinter or pellets, that is to be melted and through the different reactions. You see, there are the 5 roles of coke. One is heat source, second is reducing agent, third is support raw material burden, next is provide gas permeability and carburize the hot metal. The good coke is one which survives the lower part of the furnace and does not disintegrate and generate the fine debris and has a large mean size with narrow range. We see in this there are the different areas, the different reaction taken place. And the purpose of the coke is like this, that initially it supports for high gas flow through the coke slits, and then gasification, then supports to the permeable bed, and the combustion of coke particle at the 12 level, and the carburizes the hot metal through dissolution of coke and support efficient liquid drain through coke bed. So the role of coke, whereas there are some areas of the blast furnace, one is the granular zone or the burden particle remain as a discrete particle with ore and coke in roughly defined layers. Second is the cohesive zone, one exists neither as a solid nor as a liquid, but a softened mass. Third part is the active zone, which contains loosely packed coke fitting in raceway and droplets. Fourth part is the combustion zone, is a semi-void region with the rapidly moving coke to generate heat. Next is the hearth zone, where the area of densely packed coke through which iron and slag drifts and collect in the hearth. So in our Village Steel plant, we receive the coal from the shipyard, from the Vizag port mostly, and indigenous coal. And through this process, wagon tippler and then stacking, and the coal coming into silos and blending and crushing. We are using some PLC model based for blending purpose of the coal and then crushing. And while blending, we use optimization of the blend. We use some computerized method for we have developed ourselves that to get a optimized coal blend regarding cost and quality parameters. Then coke, that coke to blast furnace, before that it goes to the coal tower coal and then coal charge in Bhilai. We are 11 batteries. Out of these, only one battery in the dry quenching system. All batteries are the top charge. There is no stamp charge battery, and we are producing coke. And out of the 11 batteries, one battery is CDQ, and rest are wet quench. And we send to the coke to the blast furnace. During the coke making process, there is a pre-carbonation process, coal selection, blend preparation. It is most important. As far the coke properties are concerned, 70 to 80% goes to that area. And next is the carbonation. That is also important. That is taken care of by battery, which gives us the value of 20 to 30% regarding the coke quality is concerned. And next is the post-carbonation, that hot coke extraction and dry quench. There is also in the CDQ, through system stabilization of the coke, it gives more good quality of the coke. It enhances the quality of the coke also. And apart from that, during the carbonation process, that cold chemicals which are generated, that is used as a fuel in the battery heating as well as blast furnace stoves heating as well as all the heating furnaces. Above all, we are thinking, and I think we'll be the first in India that we will use the coke oven gas in our blast furnace. Now the selection criteria has some properties are there, but the foremost thing is the availability of the coal and the consistent supply. Since our dependency on the imported coking coal, Shell is one of the plant in India, they are using 16 to 20% indigenous coking coal. And in Bhilai, we are using 16 to 18% indigenous coking coal, and apart from the other coking coal is concerned. Now we are looking forward to the Russian coking coal. We are already using Russian soft coal, and we are looking for the Russian hard coking coal also. Apart from that, we are using Mozambique, Mabu coking coal 10%. So our dependency to Australia has come down to 30%. Earlier it was 45%. And then the coke quality is concerned, and we are talking about the cost of the coal blend, that is most important. So far, we are comparing with the other countries like China, their coal cost is very, very low because most of the coal, they are coming from the Russia also. And Russia to the China distance is very less. So their cost of production will go down. But in Indian case, that the transportation cost is very high, apart from the cost of the coal concerned. Moreover, we are looking forward of the Mongolian coking coal via Russia, and it will come down to India. That coal is very cheaper. And the technical parameters, we would like to forward that the rank of the maturity and the carbon component is the important, as well as some physical properties, moisture, volatile metal, size, hardness, and the chemical properties also. We looked at the matter as sulfur, phosphorus, and alkali, and the rheological properties of fluidity and plasticity, and petrochemical properties, reactive, inerts, and mineral matters. As that we are using 16% indigenous, and there are some Indian sources as well as the 84% imported coking coal, and there are the different sources of that. So these are the parameters by which the selection takes place, and mostly we are using this type of coal in village steel plant. But as you know, that the recovery type, it is a absence of air and volatile matter coming out the coal is collected, and it is a indirect heating and controlled positive pressure compared to the non-recovery type, which is in the presence of air and volatile matter coming out the coal is used as a fuel and direct heating, and the control the negative pressure. Present coke oven battery status in village steel plant is like this, that our battery number 7, it is under rebuilding, and rest of the battery is, at present we are operating 7 coke oven batteries. Earlier, a few months back, 2 months back, we were using 8 batteries. These are our cases that all are, except battery number 11, all are dry quench, wet quench batteries, except battery 11. And our dimension is like this, and all are 65, except battery 9, 10, 11. There are 67 number of ovens in a battery, and the usable volume is 41.6. It is almost 1.805 times. We are using this type of refractory.
Mr. Raichaudhuri, I think you just, your 10 minutes is over some 3 minutes back.
Yes.
But still, just if you try to put conclude in time.
So these are the refractory are used different in the coke oven batteries, and these are the coke oven batteries view carbonization system, and that is the heating system that is most important apart from the coal blend in concern. So different areas, different heating takes place, and the coke specific consumption is more important for the dry coal charge, and refractory overall maintaining the refractory life. We are getting the life of the refractory life of the coke oven battery. It is about 45 years old. Some of the batteries are like that. Mostly we are using that silica bricks, and 40 years life, average 40 years life. So these are the heating system in the battery, and the indirect heating is takes place, and the regenerator system, that is the counter current process. Heat is recovered, and again it is used through the regenerator checker. So these are the heating thermal regime, and we are maintaining the temperature. We are calculating this thermal specific heat consumption for a oven pushing part day, that the different batteries, different thermal regime will be there, and with the cooking period of different cooking period time. And hydraulic regime is also maintained. I like to go fast. These are the machines which are used for the cooking purpose in the battery. And this is the wet quenching system, and this is the dry quenching system. We are using nitrogen. And the coke management we are taking place. And selection, cold blend, that factors achieving the consistency in coke quality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rai Chaudhuri. This is indeed a very good talk. So at last, I will request Mr. Abhishek Jain. The topic is very important. Energy saving is the key of our success. He is CEO Lanexis Private Limited.
Thank you, everyone. I was thinking whether to sing a song at this time or present, but I'll present. We'll make it quick because everyone wants to leave. So I'm talking about an important thing, energy saving. So I'll skip some slides. So some important things, as you can see, the energy prices globally have gone up by 3.5%, 3.5 times in the last 5 years, and it touched around 5 times during the disturbance. So energy has become a really important thing. You know, energy has a big effect on the bottom line. In steel, iron and steel, to produce steel, the energy cost is almost equal to the raw material cost. So 39%, this graph says, is the cost of all the energy used to produce iron and steel. This is a pretty good slide. I got this from the energy reports. This talks about recycled and recovered energy. So most of the energy which is lost is recovered, but um, lost energy is a reality. So, you know, there are a lot of places where you lose energy in a furnace, from the walls to the refractory insulation to the recuperators, even, you know, inefficient designs or shutdowns. A typical furnace, there's a diagram, the Shanky diagram, and here you can see the design is to recover almost 100% of the energy. But as I said, you know, you cannot do that because of insulation, because of cracks in the refractories, because of openings. So there are a lot of technological advancements which one can do to save this lost energy, and it has a huge impact on the bottom line, because this money, what you're saving, goes straight to the PBT. So in the refractory, you know, the next advancements or refractory is higher service life, lower thermal conductivity, high emissivity, faster installation, and low environmental impact. Most of the industry is working on these processes or these technologies. So I'll be quickly talking about our 5 technologies which help save energy. First is the high emissivity coatings. So as you can see this diagram, we put a coat on the refractory walls and the roof, and it acts like a mirror. So the heat touches the coating and it's bounced back into the process. So this is actually, we have seen savings up to around 12% just with the coating. So it doesn't let the heat go out. The heat is absorbed by the product. So this is how the coating looks. It can be sprayed on refractory, ceramic, fiber, even metals. Our coatings are so good that on a metal, if you coat this and then you put a plasma torch and try to cut the metal, it will not cut. It will keep on bouncing back the heat. Once you put the coating, this is a graph which shows one side emissivity and the other side temperature. So you can see the variation between an uncoated refractory and a coated refractory. The gap is the energy saving which one gets. And this doesn't require a lot of process changing. you just reduce your burners and you save the energy almost instantly. I'll skip a few slides because of time. This is the second technology I wanted to talk about, microporous insulation. This is actually the world's lowest thermal conductivity insulation. You can see it is at high temperatures, it is more insulating than air also. So we used to say air is the best insulator, but no. At high temperature, we have microporous now. Um, some issue with the, I think the issue with this, the text, but anyway, this is a photo of an electric arc furnace. And once we put this, our thermal pads behind the bricks in the electric arc furnace, the life of the refractory goes up by 20%. What happens is that the bricks are, there's no thermal differential in the bricks. So the life goes up and the energy savings around the heat loss reduction is around 50% in an electric arc furnace. Similar thing can be applied on a walking beam furnace, water cooled tube. We've seen temperature drops of around 70 degrees to the water. So lost energy saving of 12% without any process change. This is the design change what we do. This is for the blast furnace tours. So there was a paper by Paul Worth, and it said that 1 kg of 10 degrees of hot blast air is equal to 1 kg of coke. So we insulate the back of the tour behind the refractory, and we can save quite a lot of energy. These are solutions which are high technology solutions, but do not require much of a process change. Similar with the ladles and torpedoes, we insulate. This is high technology backup insulation, so the lowest thermal conductivity product in the world, and it is being used by many steel plants. I myself have just installed few of these in the US at Cleveland Cliffs, and we've got a lot of energy reduction. This is a game-changing technology, my third technology, and I'm really passionate about this one. In furnaces, the refractory bricks, the life goes down. Towards the end of the life, you have to shut down and change the refractory lining. There's a lot of production loss and a lot of downtime. Now we have a thermal wrap technology where we take some ceramic fiber, dip it in our proprietary solutions, and then just paste it on the walls without any anchoring. With this, I can extend the life of a refractory, which is almost to the end of the life, up to another 4 to 5 years. So these systems now we are implementing. Our first project in India is at Tata Steel, Jamshedpur, and we'll be relining their reheating furnace with this. Now you can see the energy savings because the end of the life refractory loses a lot of heat. So we can save up to 22% of energy. All this goes to the PBT. So it's pretty significant for the owner of the steel plant. Same, these thermal wraps can be put on the walking beam furnace skid and post to save the heat escaping to the cold water. This is another technology which we have introduced, and we are going to do this at Tata Steel next month. Till now, DRI kilns, there was no room for insulation. There was no room behind the bricks for backup insulation. That's why no process licensor, no OEM had put a design where they put an insulation behind a brick in the DRI. So what our R&D did, we collaborated with Insulair of Italy, and we actually liquefied the insulation brick and put some micropore technology into that. So just with a 3 to 5 mm paint or a coating, I can reduce the shell temperatures by 15%, which is quite significant. And this technology we have recently launched, and already the customers are lining up to try this in the DRI. So this is going to reduce the coal consumption. It is going to reduce the heat losses, and finally equate to higher profits. The last technology I want to talk about is this service life enhancement coatings. So we can extend the life of electrodes. We can extend the life of oxygen lances. We can extend the life of the delta panels and roofs. the refractory deltas as well. So lower downtime, lower changeover, faster installations. So just to conclude that, lost energy, many people are not looking at this, but this is a way you can increase your PBTs, and this will make you more competitive in the steel markets. So, and we as a company, we do the whole process from design up till the proving of these technologies, and monitoring up to the PBT level, that how much we have saved for the customers. And the additional benefits are, obviously reduce CO2 and GHG emissions, and improve refractory life and lower shutdowns. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. This is really a very important aspect in today's perspective, because energy is a very prime mover for any industry. So he has talked about how to decrease the losses using fast repair, leakage insulation, through paints, coatings, and many other things. So because this is at the fag end of the seminar, so one question, yes, Dr. Mojumdar. Please.
Take
Yes,
the
sir.
mic. Yeah, can you get a mic? No.
Yes, you are putting the refractories inside the heating furnaces. Did you ever try it in the sinter plants? There are, some kind of walking beam furnaces are also there. And would like to know whether how much impact it can hold. See, you are putting some kind of refractories on a lost life refractories, which has been, worn out. And now you are putting some kind of layer on it. And you are talking about the heat loss, which is not going to be there in the refractories. But what about the impact part? Because some kind of impacts is generated sometimes inside the furnaces.
Yeah.
Whether it holds good of that. And did you try it in the sinter plant also? These are the two questions for me.
So these products, cannot take too much of an impact. They are for, the walls and roof, which are not in direct contact with any, steel slab or things like that. But in sinter plant right now, we are doing a project with JSW Bellary, where we are coating one of their sinter plant furnaces. And that is a coating which is little abrasion resistant for the walls. And the goal is to reduce the heat losses going out. But that is just like 100 micron coating, which goes and gets absorbed inside the current refractory. And it acts like a mirror. The photo which I showed, if you remember, so it will re-radiate the heat back to the process. But you're talking about the insulation which we put on top of the bricks. So that is good for the walking beam furnaces, but above the slab level, because you'll have residue from the slab, and the slag of the slab goes out. So it's better to just put it a little bit above the slabs, and there you save a lot of energy. Heat always travels up, so that's a significant energy saving. Yeah. So we do have some impact resistant things as well. We can discuss after this. I'll come down and discuss with you, and I can understand what what is your idea. We do have some high abrasion resistant products, but they have to be sintered first. So I have to actually take the bricks, coat them, and sinter it at my factory, and then they'll be highly abrasion resistant. Yeah. Impact resistant. This is kind of the same, but impact might break the brick also. So you need like some sort of something which absorbs the vibe, the shock. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we will think of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Orgo. So
There's
now
only
I am
one-
handing over to one. Okay.
Yeah, see, when we talk of coal beneficiation, so when we beneficate the coal, I would like to know whether the ash content changes or it doesn't change. Because most of the time, if we use some experiment for gasification and we send the coal, Indian coal, because of ash problem, things are not viable, But when you do the beneficiation in India, in the coal, Indian coal, and you advocate for the use of Indian coal, does the beneficiation help in reducing the ash content?
Yeah. Your question is absolutely very fine questions. See, beneficiation is made for that actually. See, actually, as I told you that almost 713 million ton of non-coking coal is there. And out of that, almost 36 million high grade and some 178 million ton each, something G6 to G10 grade. So only see, for the gasifications, you need a certain range of ash percentage. So which is only possible with right kind of beneficiation. And with the beneficiation process, you can maintain whatever ash you require. Suppose you require 30% ash. So you can suitably select your entire process technology, process instrumentation, process control, and you can produce as per your requirement. So nowadays, there has been a lot of technological development in the beneficial sector, particularly coking coal. And but again, I'm telling you, Indian coking coal is having some intrinsic ash actually, so which requires much more R&D, for which we need some government policy support and real investment and real fundamental R&D work. But yes, for you, whatever you require right now, it is very much possible as per your requirement. Thank you.
Regarding the question of ash reduction, any beneficent process. Whether it is wet process, whether it is heavy media, or the dry process which I was talking about, it will reduce ash. The only question is how much output you want. You want your 40 ash to come down to 10 or 12, it will come. But your product will be only 30% or 20%. So ash reduction in the industry, as per the requirement, normally the sponge industry require 40 to 30. There we provide them around 75 to 80% of the recovery in the product. That is the basic beneficiation process. And yes, as sir said, when we go to wet technology or heavy media technology, then the question of coking coal or non-coking coal arises. But when you go to the dry process, you are just passing through air. It does not require any recognition whether it is a coking coal, it is a non-coking coal, or it is a calcite, or it is a manganese, or it's iron ore. So through dry process where we use beneficiation only through the air, all these products can be done. But yes, the thing is, who is going to accept? Where are the people? Where is the government? Right now, we work with MOIL. They are very happy with the manganese beneficiation. Now we are working and going ahead with a power company. They are also happy. They will just be starting their work, paperwork. They have already started for the process as a government company. And we'll be setting up a pilot plant of around 60 tons per hour for destoning only. They are not bothered about any FC increase or ash reduction. They just want stones to be less in their power plant. So there are technologies, it has evolved in the last 40 years. I've been there in 25 years in this industry. Technologies have come and gone by, R&D technologies have come by. There was a technology which came with sand beneficiation. Beneficiation of coal through sand. But it could not sustain because of it was only on a pilot scale. But yes, the industry has to understand the larger people like Jindals and other people. We have done a project for Jindal through my ex-company for dry only. But it needs support from everywhere. We cannot just sit down as the environment ministry sit down. No, only the wet process is there, and it is the only possible way. If you ask our people, I had been to environment ministry 20 years back a number of times, and then they provocated my dry process machines, and I sold more than 100 machines. They used to tell. You go to KDIG, they know he knows the process. Yes. Thank you very much.
I'm extremely sorry. Actually, they have flight to catch. So I hand over the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rajita, for conducting the most difficult session. You know, Being a Saturday, it's time for everyone to celebrate. And if you are like me, who likes to have a peg or two at the end of a weekend, I think it's time for us to head back home. And a lot of our colleagues have to, catch flights. So as customary, I would just like to propose a vote of thanks to everyone for a wonderful, wonderful 2-day session. Unfortunately, at the end of the show, it's always like this, where there are only 20 people left in the post-lunch session on the last day. Can't help it. But just for your excellent presence, even at the end of the day, I can only offer you a cup of tea or coffee just outside to finish off the day. And once again, thanks to everyone. Now I have a small duty to perform to present the mementos to Amanda. We'll have to present the mementos to session chairman and others because, yeah. May I request Professor Rajiv Moitro of Jadavpur University to come up and chair the most difficult and challenging session, I would say. And the content was very rich. Thank you so much, Rajida. This is also for you. Thank you so much. And sir, apne ekta card deben. Can I have your cards? You're carrying your card? Okay. I'll take it from you. Or you send me one WhatsApp. I'll add you to my WhatsApp group. Everyone is there from JSW, entire team, right from Jantacharya to your COO, Mr. Panwa, Mr. Rathore, LR Singh, all of them are there in my group. Thank you, Abhishek ji. Thank you, sir. अभी दीजिए हमारे आपको तो जरूरत नहीं है क्या आप नाम ही काफी है. Next to Mr. Suresh Kedia from Sepro Technologies, a good friend of mine for again 2.5 decades. Thank you so much. Always nice to have you on board. Yeah. Mr. Sengupta from JSW. Thank you, Mr. Sengupta. Thank you so much. Please. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Anurag Sharma from JSW. Very good presentation. I was really impressed with this presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah, please. It's time for you to, because by 6:15 you should be there at the board. 6:30 latest. Yeah. So to Lanexus, Anurag. Thank you so much. Thank you. Session chairman. Oh, it's already done. Malaida, Mr. Malay Bhattacharjee, Joint Managing Director, Copan Mako. Thank you so much. Sir, can I have your card? अच्छा, अब मेरा कार्ड रख दीजिए. You are Mr. Rai Chaudhary. अच्छा, you're head of refractories. अच्छा, coconut. So Mr. Rai Chaudhary from BSP, Bhilai Steel Plant, head of cocoa ovens. Anyone else who is? Session chairman is already. Session chairman got the first one. Session chairman, So, yeah, let's come up for a group photo. And just after this, we'll have our team group photo. So call Shannon, Molly, everyone. Yeah, after this, we'll have our group photo. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I have a pleasant trip back home. Thank you, Dada. And tea and coffee is outside. Please enjoy your last session tea coffee. And hope to see you on the 5th of June on the bank of River Hooghly at Flotel, Kolkata. 5th of June, World Environment Day. Shoigot, I want a presentation from you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So come up for our group photo. थैंक यू अभिषेक जी। आपको इन सबको मैं अपना व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में जोड़ चुका हूँ। आपका जुड़ना बाकी। आई एम